Okay, should be live. Oh, need to update this shit. Day 4. Qualifier. Okay. Yeah, I saw the Dignitas news. Oh lord, the slow mode. Oh, that's... Yeah, it's not in slow mode now though, so should be fine. Dignitas, yeah, I think there's no way it's like that it's just like them deciding to release that roster without doing anything else. Pretty much, I think it's either like the players got a better offer, so they didn't want to renew contracts, but that's not what's being stated. It's like they want an NA team, so I guess they're gonna like rebrand that team for something else, pretty much. Like, you know, they're gonna be called, I don't know, Team Meme. And they're gonna be under like the same org or something, because it doesn't make any sense for you to just release a top 5 team. Yeah, like, we don't care, we don't wanna, you know, remain in touch with this team in any shape or form. Let's just get like a North American team. And who are you gonna get? Like, it's not like you have a roster that's free or something like that. Moses, I think he lost all the hair already because of NA teams. I'm just like downloading the demo right now. For some reason, like the NIP one keeps like pausing towards the end, but usually like after a minute it goes alright. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. I understand the whole 76ers, North America, and all that stuff, and you want to like have an NA team, but like for just from a pure business perspective, right? So you have a top 5 team in the world, like a team that's probably gonna, you know, be long standing as well. Why would you like cut all ties with them? Like, that doesn't make any sense. You just like, okay, you don't call them Dignitas anymore, you get another team for the 76ers that's Dignitas, but you get another name for them and they keep remained like tied to your like business, to your company. Just like give them a different name, a different brand, and that's fine, you know. I don't think the players care as much. They just want to have like good conditions to play in, so I mean, if they actually like cut ties with them and they're now like a free team, well, that's like just the most, you know, hot property right now in CS in terms of rosters. So yeah, just waiting for this demo stuff. Usually sometimes it just stops on some demos, like for a minute or two, and then you have to continue. I don't know why is that. Why is it? It's not in slow mode. I'll put it slow mode and I'll turn it off, so it should be better. TSM 215 20. Yeah, I don't think it's like that. I sincerely hope there's like a backstory to it. But if it is, then it's like even worse. I mean, it's on the same level as the TSM thing with the rosters. Yeah, I think there's no teams. I mean, the good teams are all tied to orgs already. Like, you cannot make like a good team with the players who are free agents right now. I just don't think you can. Like a good team like that can be even close to Dignitas's level in like a couple of months, pretty much. Oh, Elch is here, wait. Where's your... There we go. Cheeky little mod. Why don't they draw the groups live? Because it's like, it just takes away more time from the show, and they had a lot of games, so I think they record it anyway and have like witnesses there, so no one's complaining. VP contract. I mean, 4 years is a long time, especially in esports, but you know, I think they're aware of it themselves, and they, you know, took that into account when they were discussing terms. So if they got good terms, then it's fine, because you get so much security. I think what a lot of people don't like, maybe overlook, is the fact that like Neo and Taz, like Taz is 30 years old and he signs a 4-year contract, so that means he's like gonna play for at least 4 more years, which I think is awesome for both of those guys. Wait, so something about Team Secret. I mean, yeah, why not? I mean, if Dignitas is actually up for grabs, I think anyone, like any big org that wants to get into CS should just try and get them. No, the players are not out of the major. The spot is always with the players, not with the orgs. Okay, this demo is taking like... This is even longer than usual. Let's try doing it again. Lurkers. I don't think they necessarily have less impact. I think like a lot of people, I think people are just better, right? They're more disciplined in their play. Before, when players were like more reckless, that's when you get caught off guard more by those lurkers, right? Now you are aware of them probably being, especially with players. Oh, it actually seems like we managed to get the demo. Nowadays, especially with players like GetRight, especially like with Happy, for example, a lot of teams like know his playstyle, right? And they know that he's at a specific spot. Like Dignitas, for example, when I was talking to them and they play Cobble, they're like, yeah, whoever's like closest to drop, he just watches window when they go away, because we know he's gonna come out at some point. So yeah, okay, I think we can jump into the game now. Fuck Monster Cat. I'm just kidding. I just hate wub wub music, man. Okay, game time. Oh, so the major groups will be announced at CES. That's gonna be fun. I don't think like it's like so competitive. Like the only teams I can say that I really don't think will make it out of groups would be Liquid and Flipside, and that's just from what I've seen from them like recently. You know, at like Oakland and from Flipside in general, but they've had so much time to practice as well. They might come to the tournament, to the major, and be really good as well. So, you know, 2 months is a lot of time. We'll see how Liquid fares with Zeus, you know. Because they lack leadership in that team. That was their biggest problem. They have talent, and the fact that I'm not sure, you know, I don't think JDM was like not being used properly, or that he was forced in like bad spots. It just seems that for some reason he isn't like having a good period, which is a big deal. He was like the best NA opper, you know, first half of the year. Very impactful, very solid. So yeah, I think I have like a better setup now to look at like the stream live as well. So let's see this game. As you guys all know, this was like probably the biggest upset in history. I mean, both time it's NIP. Probably the biggest one after this was NIP not making the playoffs at Cologne. So yeah, pretty big deal for them to lose to VegaSquadron, who was a complete underdog. But coming to the pistol round, they just like go around mid, they get a kill, then they decide to go back to B. I mean, this is the only... You look at this pistol round, and what do you see? You see, like, first, you see Pitt, like, missing 2 or 3 shots here. Then Freiburg doesn't get anything from here. This is, like, a top position, and Forrest misses 2 or 3 first shots. That's what I was talking about, like, in previous streams when it comes to pistol rounds. Like, if the CTs don't hit their, like, first or second shot, and like the T's are swarming them with Glocks, they're gonna die. Like, that's how you lose rounds, right? But on the other hand, if Pitt gets 1 kill here or 2, if Forrest gets 1 or 2 one-taps, which they're perfectly capable of, that's when it like becomes much more difficult for the T's. So a lot of the times the pistol rounds just come down to, you know, who hits their shots and how are you set up, right? When you're spread around like this, like NIP was, you really need to like hit at least some of those to have a chance for the retake, at least if they get into the site. So they lose the pistol, you know, not that big of a deal. And you can see they don't full buy, they just buy nades and like P250s and CZs. This is like when you try to make a read, you can see that they threw 3 or 4 of their nades on top of boost, because that's what T's do a lot of the times. Since this is long range on top of boost, that's where you boost like the AKs or a scout, and then you try to get, you know, an advantage early or get some map control. So a nice idea from NIP. Unfortunately, they don't connect with anything. Oh yeah, I usually fast forward these rounds, so let's do that. Let's move on to the gun rounds, because that's where it gets really interesting. And you can see in these 2 rounds, 2 flawless anti-eco rounds for Vega. And that's like very important, especially for an underdog, right? Because look at their money now. Like, they need to lose probably 3 gun rounds in order to play with pistols. And you need to also take into account that Cache is a map where it's like not as difficult to plant the bomb on the T side. So they get that bonus money as well even. You know, so that's very difficult for NIP, even though they're like the stronger team. They don't have an op. They will have most of the nades they need, pretty much. But, you know, if they win a round and lose 4 players, for example, they still need to rebuy. They still don't have an optimal buy, while, you know, Vega will be able to get whatever they want, pretty much. So this is like important for NIP to start winning rounds, pretty much. Because otherwise the game can just run away from them. And not just like win rounds, you need to like do something, right? You can't just play default passively. And we see in the first gun round, NIP goes for the 1-3-1 setup to get control of mid. Pretty much, that's after this, you usually send a player towards vents. So you can see they go for a play straight away. They try to boost up. They get a kill, but Freiburg gets really tagged, and the Pitt gets killed through a smoke. While Vega was basically trying to, you know, do a fast fake. They threw the smokes mid, and then wanted to go away, but they got stopped. And like, Chopper got good timing on Freiburg, who was extremely low, so he gets picked off. And this is where like NIP is aware, okay, we lost mid. Let's just go mid together. Exist and get right to clear it, but unfortunately for them, Vega is on the other side, and they are not in the site now. So Get Right will try to get there, but he gets like flashed into oblivion. Just gets double peeked pretty much. And that was good play from Vega. While the player was planting the bomb, I think it was JR, the other guy. So someone was planting the bomb, and JR is like peeking aggressively so that he can't just sneak towards the site and kill the bomb planter and then, you know, kill someone else as well. Am I using HRTF? No. I don't think so. No. So yeah, that's, I mean, it's pretty rough. You can't say that NIP made, you know, some mistake in this round. It was just they were a bit unlucky when they wanted to clear mid, but Vega just went A in that situation. And since they were a man down as well, you know, they couldn't get the favorable trades. And Vega did a good job at trading. It seems like at the beginning of this game, they're like more on point individually in just terms of like aiming, right? Which is not the end of the world for a team like NIP. Even if you have a slow start, you're playing against Vega, sure, they have like 11,000, that's all fine, but you're playing like cash. It was like by far NIP's strongest map. You know, they did fall off a little bit on it, but it's still a very strong map for them. I mean, if you ask NIP which map do you want to play against Vega in a best of one, if not first, their second choice probably would be cash. So they still have to be capable of coming back and having a decent scoreline. And even if they have, like, even if they're losing as CT, they're still a very strong T-sided team. And they still should be able to, you know, bring it back in the end. But, yeah, I forgot to fast forward this one. So the second gun round, Forest has the op. They go for a 2-1-2 setup. Pith alone on mid. The op is on B. And you can see here Vega going for what NIP does a lot of the time. Smoke here, molly here, deny them checkers, deny them vision as well. And they're immediately setting up for this B execute with a lot of smokes and molotovs and stuff. And you can see at this moment, like Freiburg, he, like the most common spots in like the default and the triple box are mollied off. I think that applies to headshot as well. So he's like standing next to the plant box. Forest is in CT with the op, but he's gonna get just smoked off pretty much. I think that smoke even misses a little bit. The one that you see falling down, I think that was supposed to be for CT. Or maybe just to smoke off headshot. But Vega is like aware that rarely NIP plays aggressive towards B. So when you know that the players are playing inside sight, this is probably the most common execute that you go for. I mean, not the most common one, but probably the best one in my opinion, because they have nowhere to go. I mean, Freiburg is just like hiding here. He doesn't actually get caught by the molly, so he's in a good position all the way. Like, they have no idea he's here. They think they let go of the site. So they do manage to get the one kill, but Kashander manages to sneak through CT. You can see it's like pretty chaotic at the moment, and that's gonna be like the big play. And Getright again, like, doesn't get the kill. I think that was the only like full HP player, so he's a bit unlucky. And now the Freiburg is still left alive. I mean, the player who was in the side the whole time. I'm not sure how Vega doesn't communicate that, but yeah. So he's still, even with a man disadvantage, he's favorable to win the round. Isn't this the thing? We see A main retakes on CT side so often. Yeah, I agree that it's better, in my opinion, to like try and get main control. Especially if you have an op on A, then you can have the opper watch mid from quad. And that's a very, very powerful spot. But I think they were just out of position, maybe even didn't have a flash. So yeah, this was like a good round from Freiburg. But this is what I was talking about. Look, like only players surviving. And now coming into the next round, look at their money. 3,400. What the fuck can you buy with 3,400? Like, you can't buy an M4. You can go for a FAMAS and like small armor, and then you have a smoke and 2 flashes. But a lot of times, like, people actually go for UMPs these days because you can get more utility and they're pretty powerful. And Vega, look, 2 players with 15k. Chopper had like 13. He already bought an AK. So they can buy whatever they want. So this is where it gets tough for NIP. In a round like this, you can't just stay passive and stay back, because maybe this is where they underestimate Vega a little bit and they think they can get away with it against them, right? Because against a good team, a good T-sided team, they will know how to exploit the fact that your buy is pretty weak. And that's where you kind of have to make a play of some sorts to like compensate for the lack of utility and the equipment you have. You can see Get-Right goes for the UMP. Freiburg dropped one, it looks like. Oh yeah, he dropped the AWP to Forest. So yeah, 2 UMPs, you know, and that can be like, if you position yourself properly, it can be okay. But if you're now, you know, if you're forced to rotate and take long range battles, it's pretty difficult. And you can see also interesting thing, Forest throws a smoke, even though he has an AWP. The main reason for that is, if you usually throw a smoke when you have a rifler on B, and then you just send an AWPer and then not throw a smoke, well, the Ts are gonna probably be like, wait, they didn't throw a smoke, watch out, there's probably an AWPer there, and then you won't get a pick. So it's a good decision from Forest. You can even be cheeky and throw a smoke that has a small gap somewhere, and try to get a kill through the gap. So again, they go for the 1-3-1 setup towards mid, really putting a lot of emphasis on mid early on in the round. So Forest like doesn't find anything, he falls back. Where did this happen? Did he just like spam him through the smoke? I think he did, because he tagged Pith as well. I mean, that's pretty common, like in general, you see a smoke and you just like, some players know this line, like they practice it. You see he just like picks a time to spray. Wow, and he actually like goes back and does it again. Because that's the most common line of approach if you want to boost up. And he has nothing better to do, I mean, it's smoke, so why not just like try your luck. So again, a bit unfortunate from NIP to lose a man so early on. And now they're in like a weak buy and a man down. So this is where you need to like exist, probably needs to try and flash get right in. Or maybe even 2 players. It seems like that's exactly what they want to go for. But again, you can see like, I mean, NIP is really a bit unlucky in these situations. They want to make a play, they realize that they're at a disadvantage. But the timing is just not working out for them, as they are trying to, you know, get close to a main. They have a player open door, open squeaky, and get a free kill. Also good flank on it was YNkCSGO, and they even have Chopper like all the way back. I'm not sure if this was supposed to be like a fake straight out from Vega, or was it something that just like accidentally happened mid-round and they decided to switch up their call. Let's see. So they get a kill, Chopper is still on B. Sometimes players go, when they go away, you have someone on the really long lurk, so he can shoot the players in car in the back. But let's see. Oh, so Mir was actually the one flanking, not YNkCSGO, right? So yeah, it seems like they want to go away, but then like at some point Chopper just says like, listen, B is empty, let's not risk it 2v1. They knew Forest was short, so it's the safer route to go, pretty much. So yeah, that's what happens. I mean, really unfortunate from NIP early on. Yeah, this is the round where Forest almost wins it, and now they have to take a timeout. Pretty much. Yeah, Vega was playing like well. I mean, you can't take anything away from them so far in this game. They're just taking the opportunities given to them. Pretty much doing a good job with like trading, doing like making good decisions mid round as well. Their calls have been good. Like they were picking like good sides to go to. This is risky, like he's planting and his teammates are already, everyone's pushing A. Look at this, like he's alone in the side with 3 CTs here and his teammates are all over the map. So NIP goes for a full eco. They actually go for a double eco here, which is like, because they realize they're not putting any pressure on the economy of the T's. So no point in forcing, and they are probably thinking at this point, okay guys, like we are the better team, we just need to have like a proper buy with like an op and everything, and we can definitely like beat these guys. So it's like still it will be 8-1, nothing we can't come back from. Let's just like stay calm. So now they decide to not go for an op. And they're still like pretty, like this is what I maybe, I don't know. This is where I think like NIP needs to probably improve. Like I think they're a bit too passive at times. Maybe they feel that they've been losing people too early in the round, so they're thinking, okay, let's just try not to die in the first 30 seconds and see if we can hold by doing that. The problem is you're already 8-1 down, and the T's have a lot of confidence, so I feel that this is where you need to send an opper like Squeaky to try and get a kill there, or maybe a bit more aggressive towards A main, or try to push behind an opper on B. If you see that they're throwing this smoke all the time, do what like Fox did really well while he was in phase. Just push in front of the smoke, try and get a kill. I don't know. I think Cash is one of those maps where CT aggression is not just like okay to switch it up. I think it's actually needed to have a good CT side on Cash. But I can understand their thought process, right? When you lose in gun rounds, you keep losing people early on. You just feel like, let's try not to die and maybe we can like hold no problem. So they're lurking around this sedge. Again, like very weird timing for them. They're boosting up while Vega is executing onto them. You know, it's just such a like weird spot to be in. And because like the players are already out, and like Chopper again on a great flank gets kill on Pith, and now like Mir is just aggressive. Like this is just a big dick play pretty much by Mir. It's like, I don't care, we have the site, I'm gonna push and try get an extra kill, you know. And if he dies there, it's definitely winnable for NIP, but he gets the kill and Forest is basically in an impossible situation right now. So yeah, another round loss. I just want to see that from Getright's perspective. He did get one, but I think he was the one boosted up. I don't know. Getright obviously had a very, very rough game. Which is weird, like, for him, because he tends to play really, really well, like, lead the team when they are, you know, at facing elimination. That's why I said, like, yesterday on stream as well, I thought NIP was gonna qualify and Getright was gonna lead the way, but actually it was quite the opposite, unfortunately. So yeah, they decide to go for that boost. And they make a sound as well, that's also important. I'm not sure if Vega caught that cue. So yeah, I mean, not much you can do. JR was still like holding this angle, so he gets like an easy kill on Exist. They don't have like a crossfire setup. Ideally, Exist would be somewhere where they can set up a crossfire, but you know. And the thing is, this is like not like 1:16 was I think left on the clock when Vega goes for the execute. That's not what teams do these days, right? You either go like faster than that, so you really like speed up the pace and catch them off guard, or you wait more to wait out the utility. Because if you go at 1:16, that means you need to go through a smoke. The cities probably have like molotovs still, flashes, like everything. That's why you wait out. So maybe that's NIP thought that was a good time to go for the boost, but Vega actually just like explodes after that. Mouse versus Immortals. I think I'm gonna leave that for tomorrow or like Wednesday, because like after this game I'll do the elimination, like the last two games, G2 Immortals and Cloud9 Hellraisers, because I think like those were like more important. But I'll go over the other games as well, especially the mouse one. Haven't done any mouse games yet. So NIP goes for another timeout and for another eco. Like this is where it's like, okay, now you're ecoing. They're gonna have 10 rounds. That's like, you know, that's like very dangerous territory. because you're getting in a position where if you lose the second pistol, you know, you basically have almost no room for mistakes anymore. Dignitas, I think I spoke about it. I'll talk about it like after I finish all the games as well in the Q&A again. I tweeted something about it. My tweet pretty much summarizes what I think. So yeah, another eco round. Let's fast forward this one. Doesn't matter, even if they like get a lot of kills. Vegas has all the money in the world pretty much. So now, like you see, exists. Okay, let's try the auto sniper. I mean, you know, running out of ideas a little bit. They don't take the op on Forest. They just feel like it's not working either. I mean, Pith as well, having a rough game, but you know why? He's like in mid, you know, always like wherever they go, they already lose the sight. Not much he can do. Or he gets like flanked by good play from Vega. They had like really good timings on the flank. And now they like send Get Right in a main through the smoke. So now they have a bit of map information to work with and can focus on other parts of the map a bit more. But I mean, I don't know. Exists here with the what you want to do with the Scar is like play an off angle somewhere, probably where the T opper, if they have it, is not gonna peek you. Or somewhere where you like think there's no way to get contact with an opper, because an opper completely counters the Scar. Obviously you need just one bullet with the op, 2 bullets with the Scar to get a kill with the auto sniper. So this is somewhere where if the opper is on boost, he'll definitely check this spot and he can get killed for it. But I mean, it all depends. Why couldn't his team carry him? I think they got outplayed. I mean, you look at the game, and it's like the worst type of a scenario for a CT side. You lose pistol, you lose the first gun round, you win a round, but have only one player alive, and then you lose the next round and get reset again. It's like they had a lot of eco rounds. Like, look at this. You have 1 eco round, 2 eco rounds, 3 eco rounds, 4, 5 eco rounds, 6 eco rounds. No, this is 6 eco rounds. So you have like, out of the 10 rounds Vega won, they won 6 anti-eco rounds. Right? Or 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah. So 6 and a pistol round. That's like 7 rounds out of 10. And in the buy rounds, NIP had 2 healthy buy rounds, and they won one of the 2. So they're like 50% on that. This round was like when they had 2 UMPs. So sure, you can't really, oh yeah, but I mean, if only they had money, but they didn't have money because Vega played really well. So I mean, it's unfortunate for NIP to have this type of a scenario. But I mean, when you go for that many ecos, you need to win gun rounds, right? That's the reason you go for the extra eco. You don't force up because you feel like with the nades, if you just have all the nades, we can defend, we can hold, but they can't. And this as well, like, just flash in, get the kill, easy. And this is, now this, I think this is crucial. I have to rewind this. So this is the round, NIP, good read, 3 players there, even though Freiberg doesn't do anything, he dies. So after they get contact with the second player, they don't expect the third. Pyth on a good fast rotation up heaven, gets 2 kills. But watch this moment, like watch this, this is super important in my opinion. This is where I think, this is where I saw that NIP will lose the game. Now watch this. Okay, Pith. So, like, pay attention now. Pith gets good timing, gets 2 kills. Forest is fighting, and Forest like dies, and Pith realizes that he can just push and probably get the kill while he's still fighting, because Kashandra is like dueling with Forest, and he like wants to jump out of heaven and basically, you know, kill him while he's fighting Forest. But he falls back because he's feeling like, oh, I can't, like, we can't afford to lose another round. I have to play safe. I have to wait for Get Right, which is like a perfectly fine decision, you know. But I just feel that if it was, you know, whatever, 5-5 or something, that Pith goes for that play. And I actually think that he probably has good timing to get that kill. But instead, what happens? They wait, which is fine. They move in together. Kashandra is a 1v2. I'll turn off X-Ray. And he gets like a sick kill on Pith, and then on GetRight, who was like jumping on top of the side, so he can't like get two duels at the same time. But because he gets the kill on Pith so fast, GetRight, by the time he lands and resets his recoil, like he already spray transfers to him and gets around. But I really thought that was like, you know, a clear sign of NIP just completely like out of it, pretty much psychologically, you know. So yeah, they even win a 1v2 like that. And NIP at this point, they force up because they realize we just need rounds at this point. We can't afford to eco anymore, and they are more aggressive towards A main. Mir gets another kill on Freiburg. Was that like through the smoke? Let's see that one more time. Mir has been playing like amazingly well. I think he's really been like the breakout player of this tournament in terms of like players we don't know about. So maybe a team like Flipside, if they fail at the major, maybe he can be a good pickup for them. You know, unfortunately, that's the thing with these teams. You always feel like the best player of the team gets picked up. Oh, he actually went through the smoke. Yeah, just a good shot from him. He probably got the call from his team that they're like aggressive in A main, so he felt like, okay, that they're probably playing passive on mid and I can try and get a kill on the guy. I don't think he could have utilized the smoke. That's like, I mean, the only thing they could have done is he pushes through the smoke at the same time Pit pushes. So, you know, they pinch him from both sides. But yeah, it's all like, I mean, it's easy to rewatch the game now and discuss what would be the right move. In the heat of the moment, that wasn't like a terrible play for them. From them. I think just Kashandra had a good clutch. So yeah, another like man down for NIP. You can see that Pith is very tagged as well. NIP is making the gamble to go A, to stack A. GetRight is like also like getting a bit, you know, impatient, realizing it's like, you know, they're getting ripped apart by Vega. You can see the frustration as well, trying just to jump through the smoke and get that kill, but so you can see how it's basically, you know, a string of like Vega isn't doing like spectacular things. They're just playing super solid CS, very good trading, very good fundamentals, good calls, good timings on the lurk, like, you know, which is not flashy, but it's very difficult to be like so clean in all of those things, so crisp. And NIP now, sure, they need more rounds, but they like have, you know, 3,400, so they're like, okay, let's try to get one more round. Basically, I think they should have just forced all the rounds, but in the end, it wouldn't have made any difference. No, Dignitas doesn't need to register or anything. They can just play with the 5 players if they want to for Team MSL. Do you think NIP is going to make roster changes? I don't know. Like, I'm really not sure. You look back at this game and you can't really say. I thought that actually NIP made more mistakes when I was watching the game live. I thought they were way more passive. But like watching it like a bit more in depth with the ability to rewind now, I don't think they made that many mistakes. Just feels like Vega came into the game hot, like straight from the beginning. Had like very good rounds in general. So like, of course it's a failure for NIP to not qualify for the major. I mean, it's a very big deal, but they lose to Hellraisers in that overtime game. I think they need to look back on their overpass games. I think that's where they lost this qualifier, because they were too passive on city sides of overpass, especially against Hellraisers, you know. I mean, maybe they didn't want to play overpass all the time, but with the randomizer they just had to. So I don't know. You know, it's tough. Do some of the players, like more experienced players, do they start contemplating retirement at this point? Do they still have the motivation to play? We can't know these things, right? Obviously. I think they're not at a point where they have, you know, a specific player that's bringing them down. I feel they just need to adjust more things in their game still, you know. I mean, in this game, like, I don't know, like, Keshander has more kills than Freiburg, Pith, and Get Right together, you know. Like, 2 of the players on Vega have more kills than all of the NIP players. And not, you know, you don't even have to pick the 2... Okay, you have to pick the 2 most... the 2 guys with the most frags, you know. I don't think Freiburg is that bad. I mean, obviously he has bad games, as does everybody else, but he has good games as well. Okay, let's fast forward this and look at the end. So look at the pistol, molly and smoke on Freiburg. Everyone else has armor. So going towards B, Vega is gonna go for the boost. That's so ballsy, man. It's like close range USP against the Glock. It's very tough. But I mean, CIS Counter-Strike. You can see Get Right again, like, I mean, it's not like, you know, a terrible whiff or anything, but Get Right usually gets at least 1 kill there, you know? At least 1 kill. Forrest gets wrecked, Pit gets wrecked. It's like all of a sudden, you know, Xis gets 1 good kill, gets wrecked by Mir, and then Freiburg is left like... He throws the molly, but the molly is not like super good. You'll see that the player will start moving from the bomb. But Keshander with 18 HP just gets, you know, a 1-tap on him. And basically this is where the game is pretty much over for NIP, you know. They needed like a pistol, they needed the same start that Vega had. So they force up, drop the AK to Forest and Get Right. Do you think if Fnatic fails at the major, they'll just combine the team with NIP? I don't think that's impossible. But, you know, the only player you have out of the 10 who can in-game lead is pretty much Exist, and maybe Dennis a little bit. Do you think a French team can make it to the quarterfinal? I think it's not impossible either. I think it depends on the form. I think the format in group stages is Swiss best of 1. So that format is not bad, but it still has flaws. I mean, you know, more than anything else, the fact that it's best of 1. Look at Envy. Envy won 3 games, and all 3 times it was Dust 2. Optic 2 of the 3 maps, Overpass. So I really feel that like one of the main reasons for a team being really good is map pool, having a deep map pool, being able to play well on multiple maps. So if you can like ban 3 maps or you know, you can just focus on playing, let's say 3 maps, obviously it makes it way easier. I mean, long-term psychology issues, no. If more than anything, short-term. Major spot belongs to the players. So yeah, I mean, at this point, let's just like fast forward the last round, but it's game over for NIP. They try, they buy like pistols and all of the nades to try and go like, try to swarm mid. They just get spammed through the smoke. Try a B split. The mollies come in. Like time is being bought, and that's it. And if he's out, which is, I mean, it's unbelievable. The fact that both times at the major and the major qualifier they lose to a CIS team on cash 16-2 with 13 rounds on the T side. Like, I think that was the same in the flip side game. I think they lost 13 at CT. Perhaps, maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, 16-2 both times. That's like insane. Like for a team like NIP to be beaten that hard, no matter the circumstances, but really can't take anything away from Vega. So yeah, we'll do G2 Immortals and Cloud9 Hellraisers, but let's do Cloud9 now because G2 Immortals is cash as well, so change it up a little bit. Ugh. Can FaZe make a good run? Yeah, sure, why not? They have a good team now, have good in-game leader, they've been playing better. You can see their play getting more depth, and they almost didn't have any time to practice, so with actual time to practice for them, I think they can be a good contender. Background, wait, I'll link it. There it is. Oh, it's paused again. Let me try. It seems like it has to be done like multiple times. Let's try again. So yeah, I think like Gambit, I liked how they play that DreamHack. Seems like they're way better with Zeus now. And Hobbit seems like a very skilled player too, so I think if they don't get too hard of a group, they can make an upset and qualify for the playoffs. Shock's much better this year than the last. Yeah, most like, I mean, it's a fair thing to say. Also, his team has been performing better, so HR, it's gonna be difficult. They shown good play here, so no reason why not to think they can do something similar, but the competition is going to be way harder at the major. So yeah, there's gonna be a lot of pressure on many teams like at the major, especially on like the favorites, the fan favorites, like teams like Navi, VP, SK, right? Because they're not as better than the other teams as they were before, and still everyone expects them to like have a deep run. So in best of ones, it's going to be tricky for them to make it. Kerrigan bringing a cowbell. Yeah, he does that stuff. I think he did it in CSGO as well, just like to cheer and stuff. Oh, wait, I remember this now. Make another tweet before changing the map. Well, that was a quick one. Going over C9 HR on overpass. Now, Twitch TV. /YNkCSGO. Alright, that's done. Alright, let's go back into the game. What do you think about it? Oh yeah, answered that. That Fox. Yeah, I mean, while I was still playing, that's when he like kind of started playing for Hungarian teams. I remember like this deathmatch where everyone used to play. It had like a rank, And he was like the first player on that, and you had like, you know, a lot of players from pro teams playing there as well. So that was like a bit surprising. And yeah, he was just a very skilled player mechanically in the beginning. I remember Kassad was coaching their team at the Cologne qualifiers. And he's just, you know, a player who gets the kills, but he was like overextending a lot back then, making some bad decisions too. So I think he matured as a player, improved on that, and now he's a way better player for Hellraisers. Yeah, that's what I want to say about the Swiss system, right? For one, it's a best of one. For two, with the vetoes, we saw one Cobble, Immortals envy us. We saw one nuke, Dignitas G2, and that's it. Like, the other 5 maps were pretty balanced, like Cash only in the last like day or the last 2 days it was played. But you know, a lot of Overpass, a lot of Dust 2, Mirage as well. I mean, asking if someone's worth the spot or no is meaningless, because as if they're there, that means they earned it. You can like debate form, who's in the better form at the moment, but it's not all about form. Okay, so C9 starts on the T side. Pistol round, only nades on Skadoodle. Hellraisers like seems to have rotated because of initial contact. They are willing to play retake on B, with just 0 playing further back. And it's always tricky with retakes, especially in pistol rounds. It depends on how many kills do you get before they get into the site, like at this point. So how big of an advantage can you get? And then it's a bit random with like all the jumping around with Glocks and hitting your shots and everything. But they do have a smoke for the bomb as well. So this can work pretty well for Hellraisers. Oh, I feel like Angel wasn't supposed to get anything there, because Skadoodle was holding like enough, like waiting for him here, and he even had a player on short who should have like baited for him. So like Angel gets 1 kill. It's not just the fact that he kills Skadoodle, it's that he forces the attention of this player who would have been helping his teammates. So I feel that was like the crucial play there, not getting the kill on Angel. And you can see what I was talking about, like it's always a bit random who gets the kills. Do you think Gambit have a chance? I think they have, like making the playoffs, but seeing them beat like other top teams in best of 3s, I think that's still unlikely. I mean, I don't want to sound like a dick, but I feel like, you know, after the major, if they get like, let's say they get, I don't know, perhaps they get Mir instead of Dosha, that team is like super sick, that, you know, because Dosha was like in 2013, for example, was this very hard hitter, one of the best aimers, best players in the world, but he really fell off since then, you know. And it doesn't feel like he's a support player for the team. I might be wrong, I don't know. I don't know how he is as a teammate as well, what are the other things he brings to the team, but just looking from the outside in terms of performance, right? You have Zeus, who's the in-game leader, you know, more of a backup player, and Adren can fill that role as well, and then you have Mo on the op, Hobbit like to make plays with the rifle as well, and then you add Mir. I think that's an insane team on paper. But it's more than just like the things you see on the server, right? So gun round, because of the plant, only a Galil on Shroud, but you know, it's doable. And you want to try and win the rounds as early as possible, start pressuring the economy from the CTs. They were aggressive early, but they realized, probably because of the flashes, that they're taking long, so they fall back. Like, Bonding has this one-way smoke, he does, but I feel like because he did that previously, I mean, if C9 watches the VOD, they will see this, and I think this is where he actually gets punished a lot. Like, Automatic just pre-fires this spot. I mean, doesn't seem like he knows 100% that he's there, but he's just like doing a lot of damage, spamming. and they just get wrecked. And they even have 4 players there, but Angel doesn't get good timing on the pop flash, so they just get the kill on him. So this was like a big rout from Cloud9. They ran into a stack of 4 players pretty much on A and still win a pretty clean round. So is it worth giving Mir a try after only seeing in action 5 games against teams? I know that they probably know him better than we do, right? Because he's a CIS player as well. I think he definitely showed potential, even though it's a small sample size. So yeah, you feel like Hellraisers should have done a little better job at like baiting for each other, you know, because they had 4 players, but it was basically a lot of 1v1 fights, which is something you never want to do, but it was a bit chaotic, so not as easy to pull it off. So okay, they still buy, even though they have 257s, and this is an interesting decision because it's not like... And Cloud9 had 4 players alive, so they will still rebuy if they lose this round. But if they win it, they force Hellraisers onto an eco, and Hellraisers will not have a good buy even after that, you know. So Dead Fox being aggressive with the scout doesn't make anything happen, and now they're a man down with a shitty buy. So CIS is the Commonwealth of Independent States. Those are the former states that made the Soviet Union. So Kazakhstan, Russia, Ukraine, Azerbaijan, I think Uzbekistan as well. I don't wanna sound like an idiot, so Google it. Just Google Commonwealth of Independent States. So Hellraiser's basically just going for a stack at this point. This is like one of the 2 things you can do when you're a man down and have a weak buy, because you're just holding standard, you're not gonna do shit most likely. So they decided to stack a site. This way, if they come B, they still have an okay chance to take the round. If they go A, then they can just save, try to get a couple of guns off of C9 or something like that. Watch how many times Sui goes sandbags on T side. Okay, this is the first time I think, because they went A the previous round. Well, a 1v1. That was very, very big. You need to understand one more thing. When you stack a site, the big thing about it is that the T's don't expect you to have 4 players there. So you should always make it so that you have some players who are like holding like normal spots, and then you have a player in like a joker spot who can just like peek to surprise them and get like 2 or 3 kills, which is pretty much exactly what Hellraisers did, and they had a good chance to win the round. It's just that when it came to the 1v1, like the duel, Skadul just won the duel, so that's 50-50 pretty much. So now they're ecoing. So this is what I was talking about. Like, okay, because they got some kills, they're fine, but look at that, Fox. Misses $50 to have Kevlar as well. So he either needs to go for a glass cannon now, which he will do, but makes it much more difficult. You get so aim punched if you just like get shot. So it is actually a pretty big deal. And the rest of the team, like Angel and Bondik, only have a smoke and a grenade. No smoke on 0. So that's what happens when you force, right? It's not just about that round, it's about the next time after the eco when you buy. Your buy is not optimal. That's what you need to realize when you watch games and think about the economy, like the long-term effect as well. So Cloud9 expecting some aggression early on. It seems like they're just spread around the map. Second pistol. Watch pop of Angel. Okay, remind me when we get close to that. So okay, now they're setting up for, this is a long molly, right? So maybe at this point, because you see Stu is the only player here, they perhaps want to fake that they're going for long control. But this is not a very strong... I mean, it's an okay way to do it, because he denies vision with a smoke. The problem is, if they have someone close, you know, like let's say here or in toilets, like this is a very, very bad fake, because I mean, he knows that there's no one there. So it's risky. Let's see if C9 actually decides to go back to A. That way, it's not a fake, but more of a bait. And this is what happens a lot of the times. It's just like Stewie trying to create space for the team. Not necessarily get kills, but just, you know, do stuff around the map. So it seems like they actually do want to end the round on B. There's no one in water, so they just explode here. Probably a smoke towards heaven and back B. Good molly as well. That's like their molly, so not the best decision. So yeah, a lot of back and forth. It's usually how it goes like in B bomb site when you play for the retakes, right? It depends on, you know, do the cities get a kill before you get the bomb down? And then how do you execute the retake? How many nades you have? So against Kadulu, like making big plays in this clutch round. Like great timing to peek. I don't know if it was communication or just game sense. Like he's exposed when he fights automatic, so he just peeks, gets the trade kill. So yeah, the fake was pretty bad from Cloud9, but they didn't need to fake pretty much in this round because Hellraisers was playing passive anyway, so didn't really change much in the grand scheme of things. Drew maybe one player a little bit from A, but I don't think it made a difference. Do you think Elish could go to C9? I don't know what they're gonna do. Like, I don't think anything's gonna happen before the major. But let's say Liquid drop out of groups at the major, then you can see some players moving around perhaps. Even though I don't feel like C9 have to do that just yet. So Hellraisers take a timeout before the gun round. They want to, you know, talk things through, figure out how they can stop this run from C9. 5 rounds in a row. Good economy for them as well. So this is probably where you feel like Hellraisers will go for some aggression. And that's probably something C9 expects. So let's see how both teams get into the round. Caught a cold? I don't think so. Maybe I just sound like shit. I did sleep in a little bit. Who knows, man? It's cold outside. Do you have a feeling that Hellraiser was playing too pressured? I don't know. Maybe they felt pressure themselves because you see, for example, that first gun round, right? They have 4 players, but they just on A and C9 goes A and they just die one by one. So maybe a bit of a pressure of not, you know, communicating properly or something like that. So we see that they do go for aggression in terms of going for this boost, which is very powerful. They used to do it a lot against NIP because Getrite was there alone. So maybe that's how they try to fight Stewie as well. But C9 is like really waiting for some aggression, boosted up, waiting for the pushes, long or mid. But they're just going to miss each other. So Hellraisers decides to fall back at some point. You can't really stay there for a whole long. Angel with an off angle. Where's Bondek? Bondek. But I mean, his position is known, so he has to fall back. That's pretty tough, even with that Fox covering him. It's pretty easy to get the kill on Bondek from that position. So this is good for C9, man advantage, spread out the defense. Cloud9, nothing, checked the flank. So it seems like they do want to group up and go A. And actually, Hellraisers have 3 players there. They're willing to have like 0 here. They seem to be very confident in him, like getting kills. Was that a flash in? I think that was a flash in. Hellraisers were 0 and 8 in major deciding maps. Wow, that's probably the opposite of flip side, right? Yeah, I guess they felt pressure in that way. They probably felt like they can beat C9. This has to have been a flash, and no way he just like... Oh, he flashes... Okay. Yeah, he has to be flashed in by Sticko. That's sick. That's great team play. That's something we see from Optic as well. They're really good, like rush on the rotate, really good at flashing other players in. So you can see C9 can rebuy. If they plant the bomb, they can rebuy again. But because of a clean round, Hellraisers have some money as well. So they get chased off again. And Stewie does get into sandbags yet again. So right, this is a position where he has a lot of info. If they don't know he's there, if they're a bit reckless, if they don't molly it out, he can kill someone in the back if they try to push water delayed. But also, if he gets mollied out, he's probably dead. Maybe if he throws a decent smoke, he can run away, but it's pretty risky to stand there. So the rest of the team is slowly like moving towards toilets. They don't want to get picked off. But Hellraisers are playing a pretty passive setup on A, but aggressive on B. It seems like they switch things up like that. They either like have more players on A, like stacking, flashing for each other and stuff, and then they just have zero far back, or they have like this setup where Angel is basically the Joker, while Stico and Zero get first contact, and then he just peeks to clean up, which is a good setup. So C9, they are going for that B play, automatic on the flank. So it's either like Angel or Stico who are gonna be like the Joker player. And this is where Angel should just hide still. That smoke was like pretty important as well. Cloud9 are hesitant to push because of it, so you can see that's the problem. That's why you see a lot of the teams when they actually want to go B. I mean, that doesn't really matter as much. I wanted to say they have an AWPer holding a line so they know if someone crossed, but you can run boost, then they can smoke, so yeah, it's hard when players are playing so close up without good support from short to get inside B, and the good support couldn't come in because they had 3 players for one, but also because of the smoke. They were a bit hesitant to push through that. So, good read from Hellraisers. Cloud9 goes into their bomb site. They don't get the bomb down, so now you can see they can't really buy, so they're going for a half buy with Tech 9s and all that stuff. I'm gonna assume they don't win this round. Of course they do. So let's roll it back. Who do you think is the weakest team in the major besides Flipside? I mean, if you look at it now, it's probably Liquid, but that doesn't have to mean that they're going to be the weakest team when the major comes around, right? There's gonna be a long period of teams just practicing and improving, and then squaring off against each other at the major, so let's see what happens here. They have the saved gun on automatic, so they feel like, okay, let's just buy some Tech 9s to support him. Why not? And it seems like it's like a straight up B rush. Yeah, and they straight up like get the entry kills. I feel like Angel needed to be like a bit more aggressive. I'm not sure they knew that he was that fast on the flank. So he should have just tried to run through and get a kill or two. Because if he doesn't do that, you see what happens. Jordan got another kill that he probably shouldn't have. But they lose the bomb site, they all come from the same direction, right? That's the problem. Or even if it's from here, they have no one from CT. So that way it's relatively easy for the Ts to defend. But then again, the Ts don't know that. But after actually Jordan gives info that he hears 2 more players and kills one and it's only 2 players left, they just go towards A. So yeah, this is a round where it was just like good entry kills. The kill on Zero, he couldn't fire off a shot. Or actually, he got 1 kill and dies. Stico just gets shut down immediately as well. The problem is, like, this is not a good spot if you don't have someone like covering your back or baiting for you. But it was such a fast play from Cloud9 that there was no time for anyone to come to help him. Three smartest players. I don't know, I think there are a lot of smart players out there. But I like watching Flasha for one, Fallen as well. Oh, Stewie again in sandbags. Flasha, Fallen. Rush, very smart as well. Rain. There's a lot of smart players out there. Neo. So this is perhaps like C9 not expecting Hellraisers to have an op, but I'm not sure why that would be the case. If you're Skadul there, you always want to flash before you peek. Yeah, snacks as well, of course. Wait, what? Where was this? Yeah, this seems like it's Zero trying to change position because he's like, you always been playing here. The problem is it's much... You can't buy time from this position if you get pushed. You have nowhere to hide, you're out in the open.
God.
So it's like... That could have been very dangerous for Hellraisers because he gave up control of the site. But C9 like caught in the middle of nowhere. So yeah, they were at a disadvantage, just like good play from Hellraisers on the retake. Maybe you feel like C9 should have sent an extra player short, you know, pick a spot where you're gonna have the numbers, try to even the numbers out in the round, like make it a 3v3 and then you can focus on defending the bomb. If you just spread around, they have the numbers advantage, so it's easier for them to get the trades and get the defuse. So yeah, Skadul gets picked off, then Stewie tries to make a play by himself, doesn't happen. They still get into the site but can't defend the bomb. So this is around C9 probably like really wants to win, because otherwise they're going to be on an eco, and this is a very important round. I mean, Hellraisers, if they lose, do they buy? Probably not. So if C9 wins this round, they probably guarantee themselves at least 8, but if they lose, they may very well just end up on the 6 rounds they have. So this is where you want to, like, you know, use one of the best executes that you have, like, in the playbook, you know, something that like works a lot of time for you, something cool, like maybe a cool fake that you have, or a double fake, or, you know, something of the sort. You don't want to just try and, like, you know, dry peek into the site or something random like that. You think anti-cheat system is up to date? Yeah, I think it's fine. Do I think G2 will be limited? I think they're limited already, too dependent on individual players. You can see that they're trying to adjust that. You can see like their play evolving slightly, but I still think they have a lot of work to do in that department. So okay, another retake situation. You can see like no one's coming from water or short. They boost up, good call, try to get the kill. They don't get the kill. They still have 2 smokes and a Molotov, so they can negate a lot of positions for the T's, but the clock is ticking, so they don't have, you know, they have to move now. Right, so a big round for Automatic, who had a quiet game in general. He had that good round again on B when they were entering the site, so not that many kills. I mean, right now it's fine, but yeah, still had impact in this first half. And that's the thing, like, you know, if he wide peeks and dies, they lose the round. If he wide peeks and gets the kills, he wins the round. So that's why clutches are a bit random sometimes, you know, who does a better job of hitting their shots and peeking at the right moment. And that part is not always random. It's dependent a little bit on game sense, communication, is there a teammate baiting for you, and so on. So we see that Hellraisers do decide to force in the end, because they did get 3 kills. So they know that C9's economy isn't perfect. So in rounds like this, it comes down to preference. Some teams decide to force. Some teams decide to eco. They don't want to risk it. Like Dignitas doesn't force that much. Which is fine. Some teams are just not as good at forcing, you know. Not as good at pistols or SMGs. But yeah, this is how you want to play. Like city side overpass. Have setups. Have 2 players there. If that's only 1 player here and the other one was like, let's say, on this side holding this side of the toilets, well then he will get traded for sure, even though he gets the 1 kill. But it seems like even after that, C9 gets a couple of good kills. I want to see how Zero died. The thing is, C9 is very good at like reacting, understanding the setups and so on. What I mean by that, when they see 2 players on that side of toilets, they realize that is the setups that the CTs went for A, and that most likely there is at tops 1 extra player waiting for them on A somewhere. So after they get that initial contact and lose the players, you can see how Shroud is immediately pushing here, knowing that there's like small chance of anyone being there. So where's Zero? How does he die? So Sticko is in sight now. So yeah, they're trying to put more men there to help Bondik and Dead Fox. But Shroud already had forward positioning. Good timing on the peak on Zero. C9 existence. I don't think that's happening. I think existence English is good enough. For first. YNkCSGO isn't hard carry anymore. I think he answered that in his interview. Like he changed things in his play to accommodate the team more. But I think he had a very good tournament at the major qualifier. He was probably like one of the highest rated players as well after his shocks. So yeah, good reaction from C9 after like losing people initially, and they win the all important round. Force Hellraisers on an eco and on a weak buy for the last round. So that round had like consequences for the following, like for the rest of the half pretty much. So those are the rounds that are most important for you, right? Look at this, 3 FAMASes and 2 M4s. What do you think will happen to NIP? I have no idea. I think either they don't change anything, at least not before the major, or maybe some of the players, like of the more experienced players, decides to retire. I don't think that's like all too likely though. Probably either not change anything and just keep on playing, or if some of the other Swedish teams fails at the major, then they make a shuffle. I can see a world where if both Fnatic and Godsend fail, like there's a big Swedish shuffle with those 3 teams. Do you think Stick was performing well enough? But I think he is. I mean, I don't know. It seems like it's always tricky with like him and Zero, you know, who's gonna show up. And again, a good read from Hellraisers. It was like a replay of that round we saw before. Like again, C9 tries to go for that execute, but the close positions from Hellraisers completely shut out. I mean, that's the perfect counter to that execute, is playing close up. So it's either C9, like based off of the info they have, they make a bad read. Like maybe they were thinking that they're actually playing like far back. In that case, that execute is alright. You get the bomb and then you play the after plant. So I don't know. But those are like, how many gun rounds did actually Hellraisers win? This is like the pistol, anti-eco, 2 gun rounds. Like 2 gun rounds have been like that same strat. So, and the retake and something else. Yeah, Draken is pretty good at, and he's an upper, so probably would be a good fit for NIP. I mean, if they want to go that way, the problem with like being a young player who requires space and coming into NIP. Oh right, check Angel. Is that, you know, you already have stars like Getright and Forest who require a lot of space to work with, so that's why they brought Pit, because he's the one who takes a step back for those guys. You know, that's why they had an issue playing with Michaelele the first time around. So if they're to bring a player like that into the team, it has to be adjustment like from everyone in the team, because there's no point in bringing like a player who's good at creating space and then have him play passive. He drops his pistol to fake a C4 bomb. Okay, let's see. So in general, Hellraisers are split up. Usually you just do this, wait for a push. This is what happened to Dead Fox. He was waiting here and it was actually like 0, or it was 0, I don't know. And Getright was pushing in the NIP game and he just kills him anyway. Then they just are forced to go away. Ah. Okay, it's neat, but yeah, it doesn't... he is a bit too far away. That's cool though, you know, do it like in Dust, upper B or something like that. So they in the end make a call. Okay, let's just go B. Tico throws a smoke and 2 flashes. Smoke for what? Heaven. This is not a good smoke either, like they can just run in front of it.
Fuck, I got raped.
Yeah, so did I.
They got raped. Yeah, so they were like playing far back and they still got wrecked by Glocks, so that's not something that will happen very often. I mean, the point of this pistol round is you play the advantages of long range with the pistols, get a couple of kills and then play the retake. So Hellraisers winning both pistols, a huge deal on a map like Overpass and in the decider game. I think NA is doing a good job of bridging the gap in general. I mean, when you count the Brazilians as well. The problem is like there are many different countries in in Europe, you know, if you count CIS as well, so just like more talent to work with, I feel like. And NA is missing in-game leaders too. You know, maybe there's like individual talent, but there's not like enough leaders to basically lead those like young and talented players. So first gun round, I think I saw on Twitter or something, I think Jason was tweeting about it, that C9 was struggling a lot with B defense, so let's keep an eye on that, see what's been going on there. Did you watch the NIP game? Yeah, I did that game before this one. I mean, I guess you can watch the VOD afterwards. So earlier, I mean, aggression from C9, forward positioning, it's usually what the operas do, right? Because of how Overpass works, you can like start holding this angle, then hold this angle, then this angle, right? You can fire off a shot and keep falling back and use different angles. If the T's are reckless in how they try to take map control, you can get a couple of basically easy kills. That's why you see T's being really methodical on this map, slow if they want to take control, or if they just don't brute force it with like 4 players. So a lot of flashes, smokes here, then maybe smokes here, who knows. So yeah, this is like pretty standard stuff. 2 players playing close B. You miss Sean, yeah. Sean seems like the only player that you look at. I mean, I don't know, what can you say about this round? Do they get fully flashed or... I mean, you had Stanislav as well. I mean, Daps is one of the guys who was an in-game leader. He was the former Optic in-game leader. You know, I mean, Stanislav came out of nowhere in terms of being an in-game leader and seems to be doing a great job with Optic. So maybe there's people, just not like the right ingredients in the same team. I mean, what can you say? Like Shroud gets first contact, nothing peaks, like, and trades, but it's a 2-for-2 trade with some damage. So I mean, there's nothing else they can do. What are you supposed to do? You're supposed to hide here, and then what if they're coming short as well? You get fucked. So it's fine. It's just a matter of, you know, sometimes maybe nothing gets another kill and stays alive. So Hellraisers decide to slow it down, wait for some sort of a rotate. The problem is because of this play, they have no control like here. So they have no idea if someone's flanking them. Stu is alive, so maybe they're suspecting him being on the flank somewhere. So now they're probably just gonna go for B, use the utility they have. Yep. This is pretty big because it is where Skadul was holding from. Oh fuck. We need to rewatch that because that's very important, that kill. How do you fix Cloud9? I don't know. It's not like they're a bad team. I feel they are one of those teams that benefit a lot from like having time in between tournaments to practice and all of that. And that's something they didn't have for a lot of time. Oh no! Pause. Okay. Okay, so he decides to move finally, calls the smoke. The thing is, like here you want, like, it's hard to say like if this was like a bad decision, because you can always like should he stay? I mean, even in water, should he just stay passive and wait for like good timing when they maybe start planting the bomb to peak? Because that way he's giving information. His team is starting to rotate in, but he decides to try his luck, getting good timing. And a lot of times you actually see players get even like a double kill there, but this time the gamble doesn't pay off for him. And now his team is in a 2v3. They do have a kit and a smoke, but because he died so early, they don't know if someone is like close up, and Angel is. So this is tricky. Problem is like you feel like automatic most times gets at least one kill there. So him making that call maybe isn't as bad because it's him. Oscar. Smoke diffuse doesn't work this time. But yeah, that's still very close. In this 3v3, what would be the best thing for C9 to win the round? I mean, strategically, you can say that perhaps Automatic should have waited a bit longer and, you know, then just explode when his team is close enough to refrag. But, you know, seeing how good he has been lately, you can't really blame him for trying to get a kill by himself, you know. This is just like one of those 50-50 rounds in a sense. I mean, for him to wait at Graffiti, sure, but once the execute was coming in, he was caught like in the middle of nowhere. So if he tries to move back to Graffiti, he can just die. I think perhaps like another player was already rotating when he started moving to Graffiti, so no point in having two players there. Better to have him in water and the other player towards that CT part, you know, here, and him in water. That's better than having like two players here, right? And this can be tricky. This is also, you have players who like holding like these long passive angles. Some players hate it, they think they suck at it. So I don't know. It's a lot of things that are just based on the heat of the moment and the decision you make at that moment. You know, maybe he was playing more passive in the beginning in case they go back to A, so he can have a faster rotate, but maybe then he was thinking they're gonna end up B, so he wanted to have a position where he had a better chance to frag and make a crossfire with his teammate. You know, I don't think this was like a big mistake or anything. There are always like different scenarios that can go for. Oh, that being said, I need to write this down somewhere this round. Okay guys, you can like watch the eco while I just do something real quick. Alright. Do you think C9 could have beaten HR? Why not? I mean, this was a 16-14 game. They could have definitely beaten them. It's the small things. Were you surprised when Stewie became in-game leader? Yes, I was very surprised. I mean, they needed something. No, it wasn't Stewie for nothing. They brought in Slammy to in-game leader instead of nothing. Then when they brought in Automatic, it was Stewie. But yeah, I was surprised. But he's been doing a good job. At the style of play they have been running the most, it's been working out well. So yeah, now in the next gun round they switch it up. Aggression. Dead Fox shows a glimpse. I think Stewie had a better spawn, perhaps. That's why they gave it to him. Now they swap back to Skadoodle. So yeah, I think they do need like a bit more depth to their game. It feels like, I don't know. What headset is this? It's the Q-pad something. So a man down for Hellraisers. They have no map control on A, so they're kind of forced to go B. But even with that info, it's like C9 still decides to play passive. Now, you saw in the first half how a close setup like this really can stop that B attack in its tracks, but this is the second option. You play passive, just try to get a kill, because you already have the man advantage. So even if they get the bomb down, you have a good chance of winning the retake. So you just rely on maybe Nothing or Shroud getting a kill or two and staying alive, so that you can, like, 4v3 is better than a 5v4 if you're CT. So I think this is probably where they just die. Let's see. I mean, that was just a huge play from YNkCSGO. The problem that happened here, there was one mistake on that initial B hold, pretty much. And that was Nothing not being in a position to at least bait a little bit for Shroud. Because they had two players on B, and both players were like one versus, you know, how many players come into their crosshair, right? So if Shroud is going to be in water, Jordan should probably be Graffiti. Maybe a molly fell there, so he had to move. But should try like to fight, so that you know, Shroud isn't like basically left by himself. So watch here, like you'll see. Okay, so he decides to move to throw the molly, goes back, flash. So he moves because of the flash, and this is where like Shroud is challenging by himself, loses the duel to 0, so basically lose a guy for nothing. I mean, he did good damage, so he's gonna die now. And this is where like Bonding realizes he needs to make a play, pretty much. He gets good timing, sees the hand, gets the timing to drop down. I don't know why does Skadoodle quick switch there? He saw that, he must have seen Bonding jump down. Let's check that one more time, because this round is really important. Hellraisers win this. Was this their 12th round or 13th? If it was their 13th, then they're like, C9 is on eco and they have 14. And at that point, C9 has no more no more room for mistakes.
I got really fucked. I guess I heard water.
Oh, he sees that guy. Oh, so he actually didn't see Bondik. I felt like he must have seen him. But he got the kill on Automatic, so I don't know. Maybe the communication wasn't quick enough for C9 there. So yeah, that's a round that pretty much C9 can't afford to lose. Like, have a man advantage early on, and then just lose out. Even though they had like even had like the smokes for the retake and everything. If it was pure aim duels, you can say like, oh, they just lucked out. Hellraisers hit 6 shots, but yeah, that round for Bondik was pretty big. And I mean, it's hard. You can say like bad comms or, you know, but it's hectic, like flashes throwing around, people peeking you, you're focused on your crosshair, but you need to give like good info to your teammates as well. That's very difficult, guys. I mean, I'm sure if you are playing in teams and you know how like hard it can be to relay info in time and how many rounds you lose because of it. Wait, what happened here? Oh right, that was the 12th round, so this is the 13th round, okay. So Cloud9 take a timeout. I mean, the problem is they did a good job, like macro speaking, in terms of what are they doing on the map. They did a good job of creating an advantage from like a setup or from a play, but then they like when the round, like when the game was brought to them, that's when they fucked up pretty much. So, you know, not much you can say to that. But let's try and keep our comms better, which is why sometimes you take a timeout as well. Just try to, you know, calm things down, basically. So let's see what happens now. So Hellraisers perfectly happy with going for that slow style. That's what they did against NIP, and they did a really good job at it because NIP was playing super passive. And then after that, in overtime, because that game went into overtime, they did a great job of just like playing super fast. I mean, super fast, way more quickly than they did in regulation, and I think that caught NIP off guard. Have you personally given up on the potential of C9? Not really. They did have a string of bad results. Obviously not as good as being first at Pro League finals, but I don't think they're a bad team. I mean, if anything, like a good sign for C9 is that Skadul has been playing better recently, you know? So if they can like iron things out team-wise, add a little bit more depth, as I was saying, get better on more maps. I feel like they're good on a lot of maps, but not great. So if they can do all of that, they can be a very dangerous team still. You know, obviously it's extremely disheartening to miss 2 majors in a row. But yeah, it's rough right now in the scene. So let's see what happens in this execute. Kill through the smoke. Bomb getting planted. Shroud on the delayed flank, super late. The bomb is down. 1 Molotov left on 0. No smokes on C9. So this is like a big duel here. I won't look at it. We'll just see who kills who. So Shroud gets contact and now he's buying time. So yeah, great cover from C9 on the bomb diffuser. Zero tried to throw a molly but died before he could do it. Perhaps Dead Fox should have been a bit more passive on long and picked better timing to try and make a play. But he was maybe his position was known, so he was just felt pressured to make a timing peak. So this is something you will see a lot on overpass. If T's get map control, throw the wall of smokes here, plant the bomb and then play the retake. So like the kill that Stewie got and the damage through the smoke really meant a lot, because it was easier for C9 to trade, to push the T's out of the bomb site and into toilets. And then you could see even if they had 2 players alive, Hellraisers still, C9 was able to stick to the fuse. So this is where you're thinking maybe if you're CT, right? This is where Hellraisers go back to B, because that worked for them. And you can see that like the majority of C9 players is actually on that bomb site right now. Actually 4 of them. So that's a big call to make, a big read. Do you think boys in mouse can escape groups? I think if the system is Swiss, best of one, I think they definitely can. They don't have a deep map pool. But mouse is a team, if they get rolling, especially on the CT side, they can beat pretty much everyone because they have a lot of skill, but they lack confidence, right? And getting a good start gives them a lot of confidence, and then they can like... They are not as bad of a team like macro-wise, like switching the pace, having executes and all of that. The problem is when they start losing, they lose all confidence, and then they start making bad calls, start making individual mistakes, and the game falls apart. That's why you see mouse like make it out of groups or have like good upsets, good best of one wins, but never have a deep run at a tournament because they can't have a good start every single game, right? It's very unlikely. Okay, so Stiko was on the lurk by himself. They tried to go B. And now they're going back to A. This seems around where like Hellraisers, like maybe the communication wasn't on point in terms of what they want to do. Because it's fine sending like one player somewhere to like draw attention and then the rest of the team explodes on the other side. But they had one player come out monster by himself, dies. One player long dies, and the players are in between those two positions. They, you know, can't react to that. I mean, they can't react in a way that has like, you know, that's meaningful. They just in the end decide to go away and they die. So that seems to have been a bad round from Hellraisers, and it was very important. Again, why C9 just won a round, so they were like in danger of being reset, and they managed to string 2 rounds together, and now they can gain some momentum and come back. So Hellraisers, knowing that, realize how important it is to stop them right in their tracks, and they take a timeout before this buy, even though they have a lot of money to rebuy. Do you think VP is the best team in T side? I don't know. Like historically, they've been very strong, but lately we haven't seen that much of them. They've been skipping tournaments and haven't really done that well at T League. Optic in groups, very strong, obviously. Would you still be a mouse fan without Nico in the team? I don't think I'm a mouse fan. I'm a Nico fan, so definitely not. I hate mouse. I hate the way they played Counter-Strike at times, but I kind of have to love them, have to be a fan of them because of Nico. I can't. Like, obviously he's my very good friend, ex-teammate, so I obviously want to see him do well. Players dropping. I don't know. It was Steam issues, and because it was still played like online, it wasn't the LAN client, so it's affected by issues that Steam has. Marky, never seen him. Hate the fact that he's ghosting like the other team in rank S. What's that? Best default on overpass. Okay, let's pause it right here. Depends on what you expect the CTs to do. If you expect them to be aggressive, you see a lot of teams like boost up here and then hold like these angles early on. Have a player perhaps holding this like pixel from ladder and someone alone here. But it depends. If you have players who are good at creating space, who like being aggressive, then you can have like someone by himself. Nico does this a lot, Get Right as well, Stewie. Like they try to take water by themselves if they know that CTs don't like playing aggressive here. And then you should like probably smoke this off. You know, use your flashes. It's very important not to get picked off by the upper holding like any of these angles pretty much. So good usage of flashes. And then after you take control of either like toilets or like connector water, that's where you can go for different things. If you don't have control of this area of the map, but have control of this, you can go for the smoke execute towards A, but you need to have someone like watching the flank. It can be very passive as well, an off angle even from like here, but you need to have someone watch out for that, because if they're water, they can have a quick rotate. Usually the CTs at some point fall back from here, so you can go for water and then take delayed control of toilets, and if you have control of both, then it's very powerful to fake as well. So you can do that, or you can throw some fakes on A, or just some utility if you have a player close by that likes going for duels here, and then allow him to maybe catch a player rotating towards A, something like that. Okay, so in this round, Hellraisers from the default, now they're getting control of water. C9 again having players more close up on B, and they have that set up on long towards A. But not that much information for C9 at this point. So you can see Automatic was probably jumping a little bit, trying to get some info, spamming. Still has a Molotov after this smoke, I mean incendiary. So it looks like Hellraiser is gonna set up for that B play, which is something that C9 should be in a good position to defend, because they have like, now they're not playing like one here, they're actually like nothing is baiting for Shroud pretty much, so they're focused more on Monster, and this can be a problem. What? Was there a fake on A? No? Why did Jordan start moving? That could have been a big mistake. Repairs, what did I do? Baby Rage. The problem is like the whole point of them being here and not having a crossfire is for him to bait for Shroud, and then he just runs away. Maybe they felt that it's not going to be B, that it's a B fake, so he's like, yeah, I'm just gonna go over, and even if I die, then Shroud can take the kill. The problem is, if it's actually a full B execute and he dies like that, then no one's waiting for Shroud. And if there's no one drawing attention towards Shroud, there's no reason for this player not to like at least check it. Why would he not check it? He doesn't have contact anywhere else, doesn't have to look at a different angle. So yeah, in the end they still get good kills like Shroud and Automatic and who else was here. But that could have been like a problem for C9. So because of all the like rounds that Hellraisers won, they still can rebuy a lot. So now we see the monster push. So yeah, again, like now you feel like great round for Skadoodle. This smoke passed, so he could get the kills from heaven. You can't really, I mean, C9 can't run the same setups all the time, right? They need to change things at some point, and probably Hellraisers was aware of that, so they just try to switch things up because they've been playing so slow. Let's speed it up through Monster. They get a kill on Shroud, and they get the bomb down, but it was like good play from C9 after the fact. Hellraisers getting caught in the open a little bit, and Skadoodle was able to pick them off. So you can see still, because of the plants and everything, Hellraisers have a lot of money in the bank. So they can pretty much rebuy. C9 can do that as well, even if they lose the round. Automatic, very skilled player. Also intelligent, doesn't overextend too much. Just solid all around. How long you know English? Do I know English? That is the question. Thorin's lost predictions. Yeah, I think it's just way harder to predict games. I mean, teams are so even. You know, well, obviously the nature of upsets is that it was unpredictable and it was a surprise, you know. No one can give me... People can say, I think Vega will beat NIP, but you can't give me one reason. You cannot give me one logical reason why that's gonna happen, especially on a map like Cash. Nothing that's, you know, not based on like gut feeling or something like that. Okay, so yet another buy. Hellraisers switch back to their default style. They do want to take long control a bit faster, it seems like. That Fox can cover the angle with the op while the two players push in. Okay, bit risky not to flash that, but alright. It was Bondik and... who's the second guy? Stico. They had one flash. Oh, neat little boost. What does he get? Oh, that was close. So they already have a lot of control. They know that C9 is playing passive. They can only think that someone is perhaps behind this smoke or in this corner or here. and they don't know one is on long. So we'll most likely see that they execute with smokes. They can't really fake. That's the problem. It's really hard to fake that without having any control here. Because if a player is close anywhere here, even if they push and have control of this area, tracks, then like one player can mow you down pretty much. So yeah, let's see what happens. Yeah, so this is like a different, it's a variation of the execute, so they don't smoke off these angles, probably because like that fox was here with the op, and then they thought like they're probably not gonna play aggressive here. So let's just smoke it like deep and then challenge like the players who are still alive, right? Which is perhaps a bit more risky, but if you execute properly with flashes and molotovs, it can work. And the C9 players were yet again like caught alone. Like this player was alone that died. Oops. Wait, yeah, I need to resume. So this player was alone, he just dies. Then the second player tries to pop flash through this smoke, doesn't do anything. And yeah, you feel like they kind of have to challenge, because if you give control of all of this, how are you gonna retake, right? How are you gonna get out of bank in this position? So that's why this execute is pretty neat, because if you actually kill them and get players like in these forward positions, right, then it's very difficult for the CTs to rotate if they don't get some initial kills or if they don't have a really good flank. So a cool execute from Hellraisers, and they finally win a round back. Yeah, I dislike Cobble for the same reason. Fnatic, I think they can definitely be good. It's about determining who's gonna in-game lead. That's the biggest problem for them. Good players to watch when it comes to playing solo, making plays by themselves. Nico, Stewie, maybe Simple. I'm not sure how much he does solo stuff these days, because he plays in Navi. You can watch maybe some of the old Simple games in previous teams. I'm sure there's more, just like my brain is not working. Why not all tournaments have face cams? I don't know, it's pretty cool to see reactions. Like replay the reaction after he wins the clutch, that's pretty cool. Nice stream, thank you. Blackrow has come up in the scene fairly quickly. I think that's the best position in which you can like improve, right? Playing with experienced players who've been at majors before. You know, they're the ones who are going to take the brunt of the responsibility, so you can just sit back and play your own game. That's the perfect spot for a young player. Being in a position where people don't really expect that much for you. I mean, they know that you're a good player, but nobody expects you to carry like the team every game, right? So that's the position in which you can like do the most for the team, I feel like. Renegades, I think they are like have like some like psychological issues, but also like they need better calling a little bit. I feel like their calls are a bit random. Like, well, that's random as well. You can see like the setup is intended. Stu is turned away because of a flash, and one player is holding, and Angel just decides to peek by himself wide without anything, and gets the one kill, which really shouldn't have happened in a setup like this, but yeah. And you can see like Zero by himself, basically, like he gets a smoke from his team. This was like supposed to be a fake, pretty much. That's why Angel gets here. Like they were hoping that no one's here, so they like throw a little bit of stuff for Zero, and then they push A, but that Fox is still in a position and like stick hold to an extent where if Zero gets a kill or two, they can still like fall back and go B. So let's see what Zero does from this position. But doesn't seem like it's going to end all too well for Hellraisers. do you think who would have had a better chance on train? C9? If you think C9, then I think it's pretty even on both maps, to be honest. Maybe I think a slightly better chance for C9. I think that's fair, but not by much. So he actually, that's what happens. He actually gets a kill and they manage to rotate back. And C9 is actually gonna go for a save. Okay.
I think I should have fought that guy too.
So Jordan said he thinks he should have fought that guy, so let's see what he means. How to start watching and learning from demos the right way. I mean, the most that you can learn from demos, from pros, is like their positioning, crosshair placement, the way they hold like certain angles. Because you're mostly going to watch the player playing the spots that you play, right? So keep an eye on that, maybe some of the flashes he uses, movement, like peeking angles, jiggle peeking and all that stuff. Oh, are you thinking about team demos or individual demos? Maybe we're thinking individual demos. I mean, they don't have info how many players are there, but let's see, it's 3 4. You feel like they need to they need to play this as a team, not as two individuals. Yeah, and Shroud just decides to move while Skadul is rotating as well. It's like, why does he move, or why doesn't he tell Jordan to try and get to Graffiti? So he can hold like that side for him and Shroud can only focus on this one. And then it's just like, this is a very powerful position for an AWPer, especially when the cities are out of nades. He can like really dominate.
I think I should have fought that guy too.
So it's like, why does Shroud try to go by himself? I mean, maybe because of a sound cue or something, he thinks he can get a kill. But he loses that fight. And that basically eliminates all pressure, switches all the pressure from C9 to Hellraisers, because at that point, after he dies, Dead Fox pretty much has the round. I mean, right? Can do a lot of work for the team. Best of 5 finals? I don't know. Maybe it's a bit unnecessary. Like, perhaps if you only have the finals and then make it best of 5. Maybe try it out and see how it works. So yeah, another round where C9 loses after having an initial advantage. When I watch team demos, well, depends what you're looking for, right? Maybe you're looking for a cool execute from a team, right? You wanna play Overpass as a team, and you download Astralis, let's say, and you see how they approach the default, for example, and what executes they have. It's important to try and understand, try to figure out why do they do stuff the way they do, right? Try to realize why after they like take control, and then like why do they go for that smoke execute, you know? Because like most of the time there's a reason for why top teams do the things they do. Sometimes it's random, sometimes it's doing a blind call based on a read or stuff like that, but usually everything has a meaning. So yeah, try to focus on those things. Yeah, of course, like some cool setups on the CT side, but most of the time it's just like to steal the things that other teams are good at, honestly. Best event you worked at? DreamHack Malmo was pretty sick. It was one of the best for sure. It was enjoyable working with MLG at that one event, even though I was sick throughout the event. That sucked. Face It as well, like at ECS. Favorite teams to watch from NA and EU, probably Optic and Astralis. Okay, so a very hard situation for C9 at this point, right? Look at their buy. They still have the op on Skadul. I think he's thinking whether to drop a UMP or just buy the nades on himself. Yeah, so he drops the UMP. And still has enough money to buy the kit and the nades, but no armor. So he decides for the kit and nades over armor. So this is where basically he needs to be a bit more aggressive, probably, for them to win the round, because they have such a weak buy, and you see him like waiting around trying to find the pick. Another issue is, you know, the T's know that, you know, he's gonna have to try something with the ops, so you can't make it too obvious. If you make it too obvious, you're just gonna run into them waiting for you somewhere. So yeah, that's tricky. Speaking of events, are you gonna be at the major or not? I don't know. I haven't been contacted yet, so no, as of just yet. I don't know. So yeah, more action towards B. Shroud peaks for some reason. Let's rewind that. I don't think there was a reason for him to peek if he was hiding. Trying to become a better in-game leader. My main tip is try to make a plan. Like to have a plan. For example, if you play overpass, T side, ideally how do you want like the rounds to go for you? Try to like make a plan so it goes 15-0, right? So first gun round we're gonna do like this slow execute, and the second gun round this slow execute, then we're gonna switch the pace up because you expect the CTs to adapt by doing this, and you want to be one step ahead of them, and then have a couple of like contingencies, right? If you have a weak buy and you have like, you need to have an execute for a weak buy, or if you're losing a lot to aggression, or if you're losing a lot to passive setups, it requires a lot of work, a lot of preparation. But yeah, so he's just holding. I think he hears him zooming in, so he tries to surprise him perhaps. I mean, probably couldn't do much better with a 5-7 from that position, so it's fine. So yeah, in-game leading, it's about that. It's about keeping yourself more than anything else and your teammates calm. You have to be able to look at the big picture, right? Not get too emotional after you even lose a silly round. Your mind always has to be focused on trying to make the best call for your team. You can't afford to like argue in freeze time but it's like a reset round and you have enough money to buy and you're slow out of spawn because you've been arguing about who made the mistake in the previous round or some stupid shit like that. You need to stay focused all the time. Keep your eyes on the prize. So Hellraisers, after the initial switch, like, yeah, go back to A with little time left, and 0 with that pre-fire shuts down Skadoodle. You feel like that's the only chance for C9 to win the round if like he gets multi-kills there, but he gets traded immediately. This is where Jordan throws the FAMAS for some reason. They know that the second player is there. He still has 15 bullets and wants to trade for the AK. That wasn't really that close even, so small mistake, but would it change much? I'm not sure. He got insta-killed anyway, so... What playstyle should a team without a dedicated in-game leader have? I mean, can that even work? I guess it has to be a looser playstyle, like people spread around the map and then someone needs to make some sort of a call. The problem is if you only play like that, it's not that difficult to counter you. What do I do when the CTs are really passive and rock solid against executes? Well, when they're passive, the executes are the way to go. The problem is you need to figure out the right... He got spanned from the wood at short. The problem is you need to like figure out the right type of an execute to go for. Most of the time when you have problems, it's because the CTs have a lot of utility, so they're like fuck your shit up with Molotovs and so forth. But yeah, so you probably need to think of an execute where you will bait out their utility initially. So that's like, you have to fight for map control. If you're gonna fake, then you can fake. Or you can go like, have like an attack with 2 waves, right? So you throw like the first wave of grenades to force them to throw their stuff, and then they're gonna probably think it's a fake. And then you can have like, actually make it like a double fake. Have one player, just one player, you don't need more than one, on the other side throwing stuff. So then the players who were on the initial bomb side, let's say you throw that stuff on A, then you send that one guy on B to throw his stuff. That is probably gonna make the players from A rotate, and then you like throw the second wave on A and take the bomb site. That kinda has to work, unless you lost map control somewhere and you're getting flanked, so they like have the read on you, they know that it's just a fake and they won't move. But yeah, that's when it gets tough for the Ts. I mean, when the CTs have all of their utility and all that stuff. Okay, let's just check. There was a bunch of notifications. It's just like likes and stuff. Okay. Making a tweet. Last. Pozdrav Crna Goro. Yeah, I'll analyze mouse. I'm just not sure. I perhaps have to leave after this game. So maybe I won't do it now. Maybe I'll do another stream for sure with more games. There's been like other good games to analyze as well. I'm just doing the ones that were like the most impactful, like the decider games. How do you counter an aggressive CT side like G2? Should probably check out the game I did the other day, G2 Envy on Dust 2. You can see how Envy on the T side on Dust 2, they were basically just waiting for that aggression. And in the second part of that hat, they did a really good job of punishing them. Like, if you know that they're going to be aggressive all the time, then you should just hold passive off angles to punish them. But if that's not working for you, then if you're playing against a CT side that always like takes risks like that, here's the wallpaper link again, it always takes risks like that, then you can try take risks by yourself, right? If the passive hold is not working, then just group up, like try to brute force your way to a site, and maybe you run into a stack. In that case, you just hope to get the trades. I mean, if you run into their push, and if not, then you can play the after plant. Why didn't I still like bind this stuff in my config? This is actually, I don't know if you guys are aware, I know a lot of people have FPS issues, so this command, like r_dynamic, should be on 0. I didn't know about this. I didn't have it like in my config, but after I put this in, I didn't have as much FPS drops. So if you're having issues, try typing that in. I just linked it, like the wallpaper up there. Okay, this was probably the most exciting game of the whole qualifier, pretty much. it had everything. It had crazy clutches and everything. The command was r_dynamic0. Not play dynamic, r_dynamic. Someone who knows can type it in the chat for the rest of the team. Yeah, thanks guys. Okay, so G2 starting on the T side, Immortals on CT, and Immortals just got wrecked by Mouseports on cash. Like, they couldn't get anything down the T side. And this is hilarious, because when we play Bugs, me, Henry G, Vendetta, like whoever, the casters, right, DDK, this is the strat that Henry calls every single time. Like, he goes main, smokes here, throws 2 pop flashes door, and we just explode out of the door and trade, and the 4th guy just watches for the person on heaven. So when I saw them executing this strat, I was like, I'm not gonna hear the end of this from Henry, like, which is a pretty simple strat, but it's fine, you know. You smoke off so you can't get into a crossfire, and then you just try to swarm the guy if he's in the site, and you don't have to waste too much utility. A lot of players can play with armor. So they get the entry kills. They're in the bomb site now. They do have Phelps in Squeaky, so he can make something happen from here. But now he's in a tough spot because they know where he is. So they have to rely on getting some sick shots at this point, but they get tagged. I mean, still has a smoke and a kit, but this is one of the harder places to diffuse through a smoke because you're stuck in a corner, so it's easy for them to kill you pretty much. Do I think Dignitas is forming a player run org? Not impossible. I can talk a bit more about Dignitas after I finish this game. I talked about it in the beginning of the stream, but I guess not everyone was tuned in. So they win the pistol. Okay, let's fast forward this. Yeah, I remember, I actually watched the better part of this game, and I also thought they were doing too much of running through smokes when it was really unnecessary. I'm fine with running through smokes, you know, but only if you feel pressure to do so. If there's a smoke and there's like 1 minute 15 left on the clock and you didn't lose any map control, why do it? Why just not wait? If you want to become better at calling strats and leading game, what teams should you be watching? Dig, Hellraisers, or FaZe? Does it have to be one of the 3 teams? You can watch a number of teams like Dignitas, FaZe, sure, Hellraisers. You can also watch teams like Astralis, SK, but perhaps better to watch some of their earlier games, like first half of the year. Do I plan on getting a sub button? I'm supposed to have a sub button by now. Twitch is failing me. You can all tweet at Pontus. Why don't I have a sub button yet? Yeah, I already did NIP Vega. I mean, you're gonna have to wait for the VOD to watch that one. Sorry. So first gun round, G2 decides to stay on 2 Mac 10s, which is not the end of the world, because when the CT is forced, they don't have a lot of money, so usually they make the risk of buying no head armor, but getting more nades. But Immortals, probably knowing that G2 likes to stay on SMGs, they actually buy the head armor, but they have 1 smoke. Okay, maybe they throw something on main, but they have, like, as of right now, they have 1 smoke left, which is very, very hard to play with. Do I like Shoxy as a player? Sure, how can you not like him? You feel perhaps as an in-game leader he's maybe a bit too impatient with his team at times, and it feels like if he's having a bad game, his calling drops down as well. Like, feels like he's a bit of an emotional player in that regard. Do you celebrate Christmas in Afghanistan? Of course. We love Christmas in Afghanistan. So early on with the deficit, Immortals do a good job of like trying to get some map control. They smoke off main aggressively. They have bolts there, so now they can like move, you know, players around the map, even though not too much. I mean, you don't get that much info, but there's like 3 players squeaky. So this is like going to be a B fake. Wait, did they already start the fake? I mean, they didn't throw all that much, just a smoke, CT, some flashes, so... Yeah, but good trade from Shocks. Oh, but Hani Hani actually is like in a perfect spot to get that kill. But still not impossible for G2. 3v4 with the bomb down. Anyway, they have a decent amount of money, so they just want to get a kill. Get more kills so they can reset them the next round. So yeah, Shocks gets surprised there by Phelps running through the smoke. And then Smith is indoor, which is like, once your position is known, and if you're, especially if you're the last player alive, it's really hard to make a play from that position. So yeah, not much you can say about that round. They did get the trades. You feel like Shocks maybe should have went to quad or something to so that his teammates had enough time to come and support him. Maybe he wasn't expecting someone to be that close. I mean, it's it's way different when you're actually in the game. Do you think it's still worth it to try and go pro? Why not? If you think you're good enough. I think it's difficult to go all in. So they again will go for main control immediately with 4 players. Interesting part is that Henny actually throws a decoy here at least, so you know, it's questionable how much does it do, but why not? And this is good stuff. Like, it's a reset round yet again, so you're basically you need to win consecutive rounds if you're Immortals, and this way you're being active, right? This will allow you to move around the map later on after you get initial control. I see Smith's on the op, decides to fall back. Have 2 players there, so they're probably gonna just leave one. Yep, bolts. And it's also important that his teammate smokes for him, so that he can then buy more time with his own smoke. So this is very powerful. Like, always, if you're struggling with mid, guys, this is one of the best things you can do. Just leave it alone. Have 2 players on B who will hold like Vents and this by themselves. They can play both sides if you want to. And have an opper hold mid from like this, like quad or wherever you want to. That's a very powerful angle. The T's have to smoke this off, basically, and not a lot of teams actually do that. So, and then you can have a player in main and a third player. I mean, if you want, you can have in forklift as well towards Squeaky. So that way you're a bit too split up. The rotation is going to be very long between the 2 sides. But I mean, you have a decent chance of holding even with just those 3 players. Most important thing to learn a new team depends on what their flaws are, right? Work on their flaws, make them a better team. It's different for everyone. So yeah, you can see how they're like being reactive, flashing in mid, trying to get map control. That's the way you want to play the CT side, especially on cash. There's so many options for you that it's like, you know, why not use them? So they get the advantage there from Henny. And now G2 like is in a relatively tough spot. They don't have any control towards A. They're deciding to go there. Oh, that nade. Like, the timing on the nade, that's insane. So yeah, after they call that contact, Shocks peeks. And this is like the round where Lucas just gets all the kills. And that's the thing, they also had a smoke left on bolts, delayed, Lucas on a powerful spot on boost. This is just a very strong setup on A from Immortals. And after they lose the pressure on mid, G2, I mean, they kind of have to, you know, pick a site and go for it. And it was just like a good round from Immortals. They kind of had to go through this smoke, you know, when they were already there, because they were losing people. Shocks was, I think, already dead, perhaps, indoor. And what are you going to do? Like, you can't go back to B. Save, I don't think that's viable either. When the op misses and they walk in Z, who should watch for the flag? Probably a guy from A, from a position like somewhere in here. But if that's not possible, if you're all too committed and can't rotate because like there's no smokes, then it has to be the guy from B, and he should be in a swing position where he can watch this, which is not as bad. He can do that because then he can watch for the flank, but he can also throw a pop flash over heaven, which is something that's really powerful. That's a very strong pop flash. So even though he's not in the side to help his teammate, that flash can allow for his teammate to get like 2 or 3 kills, or 1 or 2 kills, right? So ideally it would be the guy from A, but if that's not possible, the guy from B can do it as well. I mean, even if he misses, he can re-peek, especially if you know that they don't have an op, or flash and then re-peek. It's hard for the T to get the kill if you're not Scream, which we'll see later on. So yeah, this is just an eco round now from G2. So good, like this is like very important for Immortals, you know, you lose the pistol round and then you are capable of winning 2 gun rounds in a row with some good play, and now you're feeling way more comfortable. You have a lot of money. You know, you can take risks and still be comfortable in buying. All about hard work and dedication, of course. Talent doesn't hurt either. But talent is nothing without hard work. You can see now, like, a bit more aggressive towards B, going for that early pick. Even throwing a Molotov to buy time. Again, after he gets contact, you can see them like boosting on the other side. So a lot of like active plays for Immortals, which is something that I think they played someone at ECS, Envy on Cash, I think it was, and they were super passive. And I remember that was like being a big problem. And another thing, like, okay, this is what they run through the smoke. Another thing that's important is Phelps gets boosted and he waits. So what he did in another round, I don't know if he won't do it here. So what he does is he waits, and if he hears a Molotov falling or gets a call that there's a Molotov, I mean, he will see it flying. If that falls there, then he knows for sure that this player is in this position, because that's where you throw the Molotov from. And that's when he decides to get up and peek, because he knows for sure where one player is. And besides that, it has to be like an execute coming in for him to rotate. So here he's aggressive, probably because they're calling contact on B. But look at this. This is what I don't understand from G2. Why go through this smoke? It's minute 16 left on the clock. Sure, you don't have players here. I mean, you have shocks inside mid. But, you know, it wouldn't be the end of the world to try and rotate. It's not like there's going to be 3 players waiting for you here. You can, like, rotate, trade, and then still stop and go back to B. This is a very like tough position to run through the smoke, and you'll see what will happen. Like, let's see it without X-ray from Lucas's position. I mean, he does get a bit lucky here, but still. So he sees that, blindly sprays, gets another kill. Then his teammates are flashing for him as well, and he just gets a sick 4K. So sure, there was a bit of luck involved, but even without that, you're so committed to that play. You only have shocks to put pressure on mid. What's stopping the CTs to rotate? You know, you did nothing on A. They can just start rotating immediately after Lucas makes first contact. So I think the only reason they go for that play is because they feel that after they chase away the Opper and he goes towards site, if he's in site, he gets mollied off and can't do anything. If he's in CT, he gets smoked off. If he's in heaven, he also gets like flash, smoked, or mollied. So they feel like they negate the presence of that player at you know, completely, and only have to deal with the second guy. But you know, it's still a risky play to run through, and they still had their own smoke here. So it's like, is that really the best play you can go for after losing 3 consecutive rounds, right? Do you really want to take that risk? I don't think you're pressured enough yet in the game to make that risk, right? Yeah, Dignitas players have the major spot. Players always keep the spot, not the org, when it comes to the majors. So yeah, another, I mean, half buy at this point for G2. They can afford to buy pistols and armor. They were just having a pop flash trying to explode. Why not buy an extra smoke and smoke something off? You know, it feels like that's a good investment to make, especially if you want to go A, because you can get like crossfired from so many different spots. You know, one flash, sure, you might flash the guy holding initially, but if you throw a smoke, you know, if you don't throw a smoke, you can get shot from short, heaven, forklift, side, like, you know, smoke here, and it's like you only have to deal with this side and heaven. I don't know. Wait, what? They go for 2 equals? Oh no, this is that round. I clicked backwards, sorry. Of course they win the round, so let's see if they win the round. Mod perhaps some people. Let's see who I remember from at least 2 streams. Okay, I gave it to Achtin. You seem like a reasonable guy. Don't abuse your power. Yeah, so let's go back 2 rounds, see how they won that with pistols. This is something that Immortals really shouldn't allow to happen, you know, because they did such a good job in gun rounds. So it's like losing against pistols just seems like such a shame, right? So yeah, G2 goes for the very straightforward pop flash into A main. Maybe they, I mean, it's also a call you make if you think that they focus on mid early and you only have 1 guy on A. Oh, Phelps. Wait, how did they lose this with Phelps in A main? Smith get a sick kill? Oh yeah, that was big. And he gets wrecked close range with the Tech 9. So Smith dies, so it's a 2v2. But it's Shox and Scream, and Shox has an AK, and they both have armor, so... And Henny with the op. Shox lurking around the smoke, realizing he was called in A main, so... Good call, he gets, you know, smoked, mollied. So it was a great call for him to move. And then they just like... It's just so hard with the clock ticking, right? You feel like maybe they should have mollied quads, but I mean... So yeah, I don't know why, like I think this is a mistake from Phelps. You know that their economy is low, so you know that they're either going to go for a Tech 9 buy or whatever. Why do you lurk around here? Why? Why do you... There's no need for you to be that close, pretty much. So... You should just play passive at that point. That's how you lose rounds to Tech 9s. When they throw some smokes, buy a couple of nades, and you're like close up, and you die, and then they pick up your guns, and they have like a 4v3 after plant, or 4v4, or something like that, right? So I feel that was a mistake. Even though he gets a kill and then like stays alive, it wasn't like, it didn't turn out all that bad. In the end, he still dies to Shox and loses his guns. So, you know, he was there to support the other player. You could see that they didn't have any smokes on G2. Yeah, you can time out the guy who's like posting links and stuff. It's fine. People are pretty normal in this chat though. I don't feel it's like anything crazy. Can replacing Smith improve G2? Not necessarily. I think Smith has been playing a lot better recently, especially this qualifier. I feel he had a lot of impact for G2. How do I get my confidence back? Just don't think about it. Like, just think about whether you're doing like the right things. If you're doing things that like make sense, You know, sometimes you just have a bad game, you lose some duels you should win, but don't think about, like, you know, if you're doing sound stuff, things that make sense, it's all right, you know. You have to remember it's also a team game. Sometimes it's not all about you. Sometimes, you know, maybe think a bit how you play. Maybe you just put yourself in bad situations where you're a disadvantage most of the time, right? You don't have favorable duels, so you lose more than you win, and that affects your confidence. Just always think like, what can I do to be better? And as long as you think like that and keep doing things to improve, at least in your opinion, then in the long run you should be fine. Yeah, let's do a bit more of the game. So that was a pretty, you know, fortunate round for G2. They haven't won a gun round since the pistol round, and I think they're not gonna win a gun round after this either. So again, Immortals goes back to what's been working for them. Get that main control, Henny on the op. This is an interesting angle to hold, because what if someone peeks right? He's very confident in his ability to flick. I bind your scoreboard. Ah, I thought you were talking to me. Yeah, scoreboard doesn't matter, man. If you're not looking what money your team has. So G2 decides to missed. So this is a big mistake. This will allow Henny to get info, to get the tag as well that they're going for the B split. They still get the kill on Steel. But this is where... And this is the pop flash I was talking about, you see? Even though Lucas doesn't peek, doesn't get the kill after that, it still at least buys time. And if he peeked a bit wider, he would have gotten the kill. So 2v2, body very low. It has to be Shocks like clutching this pretty much. And he doesn't get the kill initially. So this was probably the closest round G2 had for the rest of the half. It looked like they knew where body was, because he checked that spot immediately, and they don't make anything happen. So yeah, like what was important, because of the info that Henny had, Faust was able to rotate fast enough and get one kill. And it's not just about getting the kill, the fact that he's so close forces G2 like to keep some attention to him as well. Lucas in the great position here, they need to like peek really wide to check that spot. And usually people like for some reason just get kills from this spot. Wouldn't a very solid opera. I mean, it depends. Obviously Smith brings a lot to the team, you know, in terms of also calling, sacrificing himself and so on. You can see that they're trying to adjust for the fact that he's a more passive opper, that when they want to make aggressive moves with the op, because they feel that's what they need to do on the map, they give it to Shocks. And it has been working okay for them. It's interesting that I don't know, G2 hasn't been sending players door that much even, but they haven't picked up that much on the fact that Immortals did this, I think, every gun round. So that's something you can pick up on. Sure, they have a player there, but if you don't have two players aggressively, you can still like try to sneak your way in and get rid of him, right? This usually works when they don't know that you're doing it. So Shocks hears it this time around. The flash and probably the player running in as well, so they're gonna exchange some damage here. Nothing too sexy. So G2 in the meantime gets mid control because of that. But you can see how Immortals makes a conscious decision basically to just really not care about mid at all, besides the round where they boosted up Phelps. So they're focused more on A. They realize that it's fine if they get main control and have Henny watching here and two players inside B. So that's one of the setups that's perfectly viable. And you know, you just can't run it all the time once the T's pick up on it. The thing is, the thing to do against this setup is take mid, and perhaps, you know, you don't need to maybe wrap through Z or go for a B split. I mean, you can go for a B split because it's only 2 players. So if you molly them off, that's what you want to do. You want to use mollies to force them off. The rotation takes a long time, so you can, you know, win the round. That's what G2 tried to do in that round, but they missed this smoke, so Henny had the info, so it didn't work out. But you can also throw this smoke, then sneak all the way in, and then just explode from 3 angles towards A. And you probably need a molly for quad, and then you're fine. But not a lot of teams have a set execute once they take mid that involves this smoke and going A. I can't remember which team has it. I remember seeing a team have it, and I was very pleased by seeing it, but can't remember it right now. And you can see this is why they decide to go B again, but that molly does a lot of damage and slows them down. Good counter flashes from the CTs yet again. Henny is there on time. Phelps on the flank even, so yeah. That's what makes the biggest difference in these rounds when you play passive. Like buying an extra couple of seconds with the Molotov for your team to rotate in, and then as they're running, they keep flashing, you flash as well. So imagine if one player manages to get before the Molotov and it gets like somewhere in here and gets 1 kill while they're trying to get counter flashes going. That can win the round from G2, but in all honesty, it's just very solid play from Immortals so far. Pozdrav Srbija. Yeah, it might have been Astralis. You're probably right. I'll antique around, let's move it forward. So they buy here, they buy, but they've been a bit hesitant, so probably talking about what they want to do on the map. So this is where they probably are going to boost again, or just Phelps is going to play close by himself. So you can see the difference, right? When they decide to move a bit towards mid, they actually sent 3 players B yet again, which is interesting because the last 2 gun rounds, pretty much G2 went B and got wrecked. So this is mind games. You know, they're expecting G2... Because what you would probably think is, okay, they have to go A at some point, or at least, you know, they're not going to go B. We've been shutting them down. But maybe you think that Shox is the type of a guy, or G2 is the type of a team that's going to keep going B precisely because of that reason. They expect you to move to A, and that your B is going to be weaker now. So yeah, it's just mind games at this point. Yeah, but you see when they focus on mid and B, they don't like have a player on A. They just play A for retakes, which is fine. You can't expect to hold like both sides, you know, if you try and be more aggressive on one hand, you basically have to be more passive on the other side. Oh, so this is interesting. I mean, this is pretty cute. It's like you throw the mollies here. Basically, you want to get rid of the player who's holding from this position, and then you send the 2 rifles to push. And there's also smoke. So this is like something similar to what teams do on Cobble, when they smoke deep B platform and molly all the like back B platform where the T's are, and then try to clear it out. It does feel like it may not be as effective because it's very hard to molly the entirety of this room. But you don't really have to, just as long as you force a player out of hiding, right? That he has to be in the open somewhere where you can get an angle on him. So, an interesting play. You know, this is how you can counter, for example, Get Right in NIP when he does that by himself. Or basically anyone holding. But also, Bolt gets a kill from all the way in car, and Phelps gets a kill on mid. So actually they don't see any action there. G2 does a good job of just reacting to that play and going A, realizing that they have at least 3 players on B, so let's just run out on A, we can probably get the bomb down. Which is more than they've been able to do in previous gun rounds. So from G2 point of view, makes sense. They're in a 3v4, so RPK tries to make a play by himself. They know that he's in mid, so at some point he's gonna get pinched. So he just decides to take the game to them, which is fine. Maybe someone could have flashed for him, but maybe they didn't have the nades either, so the gamble doesn't pay off. And now the 2 players are basically forced to take duels because it's a 2v4. You need to try and bring it like back a little bit. Okay, so actually very good play from Immortals. Besides that one round, anti-eco round against pistols that they fucked, everything else was pretty fine. So G2 actually decides to go for another buy. I mean, you know, it's a matter of players have enough money for AKs, but it's very important that players also buy. Someone buys nades, so they buy pistols. So that's RPK and body this time around, which is interesting that it's not like Smiths. But yeah. So this is like very good stuff from Immortals, in a sense that they haven't been going mid at all. They didn't even throw this molly. So now they switch it up again. They use the molly, and G2 is thinking, let's just take mid. They're not like on mid at all. Let's just take mid. We don't need to do anything. We don't need to waste anything. Let's take mid, and then we'll figure out what we're gonna do. But they actually throw the Molotov, and G2 is committed already at this point, so they run through it. So they lose a guy, and a lot of damage is dealt to Smiths as well. But so it is to Steel. So it's an equal trade in terms of damage and kills. Nip to Vega. I talked about that. You're gonna have to like wait for the VOD. I already did that game. So at this point, G2 is just waiting for Immortals to try and refrag, because they have been very active on the CT side, and they get it. Like bolts, perhaps should have. Yeah, nobody could flash him in, so he goes like for a risky like blind peek, and gets punished by shocks. Does a lot of damage though, so. I think he would get traded either way by Smiths. So G2 still waiting for someone to make a play, because that's what you usually do as CT. I mean, if you're a man down, you want to try and even out the numbers. You try to get aggressive somewhere, try to make a play. So not happening as of just yet. They're perfectly willing to gamble that they're gonna go B, and Steel is just passive for info and maybe try to get a cheeky kill through a smoke if they go A and try to smoke this. So yeah, the rest of the team, this is what G2 does a lot of the times. They just wait for Shocks to make a play, draw some attention to him, and then they go the opposite way. But this is where they run actually into the stack. And Henny in triple, like an opper here or here, without like being mollied off or forced to move. Very hard to get rid of him. So good read from Immortals. After they were at a disadvantage, they counter G2 completely. So G2 still like have a decent amount of money. The players who bought pistols have more than enough money to buy guns. So now they go the other way around. Smiths buys pistols, Screams as well. This is where I feel like Body should drop, like, I mean, the AK to Scream, but whatever. Fels with a sneaky play through the smoke. Yep. Very hard to be by yourself in main with that smoke. Feels like the CTs always have the advantage when it comes to lurking around that smoke in main. It's almost even better when you see the smoke, like, don't go into A main at all. If you're not gonna go for a fast execute, just wait for it to clear. Because even if you spam into it, somehow like the CT can like sneak through it and get the kill, stay alive. So now they're again very aggressive towards A main. I think that was Steel's smoke, like a one-way. So Phelps with a very good flank. Now they just need to, in a situation like this, you just want to buy time, throw flashes, throw molotovs, you know, enable Phelps to have good timing, but he's actually not gonna have good timing at all. Oh wow, Bolts gets another one with just 16 HP. Yeah, Scream with the op. Not the best gun for him, I feel like. I mean, they tried the fast stuff earlier on, but not properly, and they got punished for it. So it's hard. It's hard to play fast when the CTs have good economy, right? Because they just molly you off, or even if you get into the side, they can molly you off in the retakes. So you kind of have to, you know, something that can work like a fast execute is like a fast fake. So again, Immortals switch things up on the CT side. Like now they go for the dry, like contact peek on B, which is a great way to get rid of the one player trying to get control on B, like RPK did just now. Who's in vents? Phelps. G2 does a good job of reacting and like, you know, realizing we need to like get a trade. So they get a kill on Phelps in vents, they lose shocks in Z. And all of these rounds, Immortal has been winning them so far, like the 3v3s, 3v4s, all that stuff. So let's see if they've been making really good calls in those situations. So let's see what happens this time around. G2 seems willing to just go together towards A, have a smoke, 2 smokes and a molotov, 2 flashes. They can smoke this off, molly MBK, and just push together. It's again Henny with a pretty good play. Gets 2 kills, so now it's a 1v1. Body seems like he doesn't know where Lucas is, but I mean he doesn't have any contact from him and he's standing on top of the site, so he probably should guess that he's on the flank. This is the problem when you flank door. If it's closed, it's very hard for you to have impact. And Lucas with a sick clutch. So he had those 2 like 4k rounds and a clutch, top fragging, a lot of impact, 16 kills. But yeah, keep an eye out on him. On him from this point on. He didn't have as good of a game afterwards. So 11-4 without winning pistol, it's like almost the best you can hope for. They actually did not lose a gun round on the city side in this half. The only round they lost was to a half buy to pistols. So Immortals like feeling super good right now. But it's gonna start off rough for them pretty much. And they only have themselves to blame. So it looks like they want to go for basically the same thing that G2 went for. 4 door, 1 main who's gonna smoke for them and flash. But is he going to smoke? For some reason, Still is all the way back here and he's just going to pop flash. And you see the problem. The problem with that is no smoke, so they have to they have contact with body first and they have to be focused on body. And what does that mean? Smits has all the freedom in the world to just stay calm and collected, and basically he gets like 3 sick 1 taps and basically wins the round for his team by himself. What's the point? Like, what is he going to do? What is still going to do with that smoke later on? I mean, it's not like, you know what, he's gonna throw it delayed here so he can get out of main. You know, I feel like why not throw the smoke, and you know, then they can just run out. At least the first 2 players can run out, then someone can look towards heaven or whatever. And I feel if that happens, Smiths, I mean, he has a way tougher job of getting those kills because the first player is probably jumping out, so it's hard to get the 1 tap on him. But yeah. Oh, there was a sound. Was that a donation? I have a better setup now so I can actually see what that was, even though my stream is a bit laggy. LB, thank you for the donation. Are you going to review C9 versus HR? Unfortunately, I already did that game so in this stream, so you're gonna have to wait for the VOD. It's gonna be up on Twitch immediately pretty much, and it's gonna take me some time to upload it to YouTube, a couple of hours. So yeah, I feel like there's no reason for them not to use the smoke there. I think that's what lost them the round. And sure, you're thinking like yeah, we have a lead, doesn't matter all that much, but I feel like Immortals T sides are still pretty shaky. I feel like they didn't have enough time to bring in like proper executes or at least practice them, and they're really reliant on their individual players. Donation sound is a bit loud. Yeah, I'm gonna fix that. Didn't really Didn't really have any. Like, this is probably the second one, so I'll change it after this game. Can't alt tab now. So yeah, you know, on one hand, it's like, whatever, we still have so many rounds to work with, but you can see how important it is, the way this game will go, to actually win those rounds. So they actually force buy here with a lot of smokes. Then they flash through a smoke. This is what I thought like G2 will do in that round they won, but they didn't buy the smokes. But they don't get good timing on flashing body, so him and Shox basically defend by themselves, and they get 4 kills with the UMP, 1 with the USP, so they get a lot of bank. And that's where, you know, even though it's going to be 11-7, this is like, G2 can easily come back into this game. Pretty much. In-game leader is, yeah, I think it's still. So yeah, look at the money. They really have a lot of money. Even though, oh, actually they lose 2 players to just pistols, so probably shouldn't happen, but still a strong economy regardless. Again, G2 likes staying on these SMGs. They don't like upgrading that much. And you can see they actually only have Smiths on B by himself early on, and 2 players on mid. And they're actually gonna go, okay. So he tried to pop flash out, but that didn't really work. And Shox gets good time. Like, he pop flashes, dies to scream, Shox goes in and kills the other guy. They lose RPK on A, and they lose, yeah, Shox to the guy from up top, but Scream immediately trades. So good reactions from G2 players, because this is like a surprise play, you know. You don't expect this perhaps to happen, for them to run out to the smoke that fast. So it's a risky play. This is one of those plays that you're doing it basically blindly, more or less, and it is risky. But if it pays off, it looks great. If not, it looks bad, like it did just now. Can we donate enough money for YNK to one of those completely smashed analysis? Please no, Robin. I'm gonna get fired. Wait a second. Let's do this. Give a flyer in the mod. He deserves it. Good guy, Fifi. Yeah, so they do some damage to the CTs, but doesn't matter really. In the end, they also decide to go mid. G2 gets, like, Scream gets 1 kill, the other player finishes the round, so it's pretty alright for them so far. Immortals take their first timeout. Still a lot of teams take timeouts when they're eco, which, I mean, you don't really have to. I guess, I mean, you still talk about the gun round, and if you just take the timeout before the gun round, maybe you don't have enough time, maybe you talk in the timeout, but in the eco round as well. Doesn't make that big of a difference, I feel like. So let's move it up. Up on Henny now. So their default round didn't work. So at this point, you either try to go for a set play immediately, or you start off with a default and then go into something like more elaborate. I did C9 versus HR. I'm gonna have to watch the VOD for that one. I mean, oh yeah, this is where they just go aggressive with 2 players. I think RPK has a good round here. You can see how he doesn't peek immediately after the flash. Probably, who is this? Probably Scream told him that he's gonna flash for him as well, so he wins. This is a very important duel to win. And you feel like, does Lucas really need to challenge by himself? Because RPK is stuck there pretty much. Maybe he just wanted to hold, RPK challenged him, but yeah, that was like a 50-50 duel and RPK won it. One thing is, you saw how Immortals, when they did this, they sent 3 players and G2 just sent 2. You know, if you're gonna go for an aggressive play, why not send a 3rd player to just ensure you get a favorable trade? This way, if they like have 3 players there, or even 2, you might just lose both of them and then lose the site. But then again, you might have an extra player hiding. The T's can't know that, so maybe they just stop after they get the trades anyway. So the favorable trade for G2, again, they have an advantage. Still a molly on RPK. He decides to go back checkers, which is a very good position. I mean, very good in like mid-round situations, because especially if like the T's have lost some players, because they don't have that. They have to have, okay, they need to have players pushing into the site. They can't have, you know, 2 players watching here. And if you only have 1 player to deal with, you can like catch him off guard while you're peeking, or even pop flash if you want to, but usually just pick a time to peek. The problem is when they have a good buy like they have now, they have 3 mollies. So if they go B most of the time, there's no reason for them not to throw this molly. So let's see if that's what they go for. Seems like Phelps is gonna throw it. Yep, he just dies. And this is where it's really bad. When you have a player, when you don't have a player in sight, and a player in checkers dies, and you know, you throw the smoke and you lost the sight, and you're in a 4v3, and now it's a 3v3, and they can get the bomb down, and at that point it's actually Immortals who have an advantage, not G2. So just that one, that's why it's a bit gambly to stay there without anyone else in the site. If you get mollied out, you're probably not gonna get a kill and just die. So Scream can't do anything to help. You know, they can just try to push together immediately, which seems like something that they're gonna go for. Yeah, they throw the pop flash, jump in. I think this was this a miss smoke from Immortals? Because this is a, no, forward, backwards. Because that's a very important round. That's a round that Immortals probably should have won. Do I think they're cheaters, top 10 teams? No way. Godset games. I did the other day. Godset Dignitas and Godset Hellraisers. I'm just a noob, so I didn't have the VODs enabled for day 1. But I did it on day 2 as well. I did Godsent Hellraisers, I think, on train. Yeah, I did that game. Yeah, so let's fast forward this, see whose smoke it was. Because if it was Immortals' missed smoke, that lost in the round. Oh, yeah. So they want to re-smoke CT. But there was a molly, so it actually falls in. And that works perfectly because it blocks a lot of vision. Even from this guy. Like he only has the headshot angle. And that's hard to hit. So a bit unfortunate for Immortals. This is where it gets, like, these are the rounds you really can't afford to lose. You see that you get outplayed in some rounds, like Immortals did a lot of outplaying in their own half. But this is like where you really need to be on top. You need to secure your bomb planter, right? Especially when you see that smoke fail, you need to think that they're maybe gonna abuse that. But then again, it was just a very aggressive but very good play from G2, good pop flash. You know, it's a ballsy play, but it pays off, so maybe you can't really blame that much. Oh, this is the round G2 fucks up. So sick round from Smits, gets 2 entry kills, like completely negates pressure towards B. They have a second op on A even. They know one guy is indoor, so no reason to challenge him, no reason to go for the duel. You know, you don't want to give 1v1 duels when you have an advantage in numbers. You always want to make it so that they have to face 2v1. So Shocks didn't hold aggressively. Then he peeks, dies to Phelps. Body's low. So he gets killed through the smoke. Now, you know, Scream challenges by himself. Dies. Smith gets the kills on Phelps blind. So another, like, a bit of luck for G2. And because they left the bomb over here, Hennig has to go back and pick it up, and he just makes the call. Okay, I'll go B. They're both A, which is a good call. Smiths does realize it pretty quickly, I can say. So he jumps down, prevents the plant, takes some damage, sure, but you know, now they know for sure where he is. He has to plant safe. So they are coming from the same direction, and Smiths maybe peek, I mean, turns from the flash a bit too quickly. But I just think that was a sick. I mean, how many people can actually spray transfer with a Galil? You know, I think that's just insane from Henny. The fact that he gets that kill on RPK. I just want to see it from RPK's perspective, because could he really shoot from Smiths? That's what I wonder. Yeah, he had no chance to react. So you see it from RPK's point of view. There's no way he wins that fight. So a sick transfer from Henny. And that was a round they probably shouldn't have won. But, you know, the last one they should have and they didn't. So, yeah, they did kind of line up. So, it was pretty lucky. I guess you can say that. Especially with the Galil. I mean, where do those bullets even go, right? So still, sure, they win a round, but now they have to play with 2 Galils. The good thing is Henny manages to get the op, but G2 still has a very strong economy, a lot of money, still like 9,300 on body. So yeah. Now they go a bit more towards mid, leave Smiths alone with a rifle towards B. I guess Immortals, knowing that G2 is a pretty aggressive team in general, they're just holding these passive positions, waiting for them to make a play, to try get a man advantage that way. Body and RPK still with a lot of utility left. And time is slowly ticking, so Body is probably gonna re-smoke mid now. Yep. Seems that Immortals are willing to go A. Okay, so they boost Phelps. He's probably gonna be delayed on the flank after they go into an execute or just behind Henny. Oh, so he decides to move. And again, Shock's like, why look at Body? Still has a flash, and he threw one before that, I think, as well. Why not flash before you peek? I mean, you know, in case someone is holding that angle, that's exactly what wrecks you. And what that means is you lose all pressure from this side. So there's no crossfires to stop the T's coming into the site, you know. Only if someone is here. And you can also throw a molly there, and I mean the T's are going to watch this spot anyway, so that's a lot of pressure being lost for G2 pretty much. And you can see Phelps getting a kill on the flank that forces Body to turn a little bit. So Phelps with a great lurk and that entry from Henny. So very, very important that you can see it's the small things. I'm not really sure why Shox decides to switch his angle. Perhaps he felt like, I think he got the call that his teammate cannot watch door for him, so he felt that he has to hold this angle so he can see the player running out of door and main at the same time. But he got a bit unlucky with the timing, so Body should have just like flashed for him. I mean, either of them should have made that call, pretty much. But that had to happen, so okay, let's. So Body has 12k, that's what's gonna like save them pretty much. But the problem is, what's their buy gonna look like even with that? CZ on Smiths, and this is a problem, right? You decide to buy, sure, like 3 players, M4s and everything, that's fine. For Maz, this is like doable, this is crap, but I mean, Smiths takes the sacrifice for the team. The problem is, they have 13, so if you lose this, they have 14 rounds, and you basically have to eco or force with pistols. So you either, if you lose this, you either have to eco and let them get 15 and play for overtime, or you have like, or you have a shit force buy, but then if you lose that, you have another shit force buy to save the game. So it's very, very risky to buy in this situation, They just feel like, how can we eco when one of our players has 11k? Thanks, Yuan. So yeah, they decide to go for the drops from body. But it seems like they were debating it for a very long time in spawn, because you see that they are very spread out around the map. Usually if you want to take this, I don't think, like, perhaps Immortals probably don't expect them to buy. They probably expect them to be on pistols and armor or something like that, a half buy. So usually if you think you can surprise the opponents with a buy, that's where you do something on the map. You don't just stay very passive. Like, this is a very weak hold, because you feel like wherever Immortals decide to go, they can get the trades, right? So it feels like G2 were perhaps a bit slow coming out of spawn, and they couldn't make any aggressive call to make. And if you don't make it before you run out of spawn, it might be too late, right? If you want to go squeak, you have to do it immediately before the T's get there. Same for main, same for B. So yeah, it seems like they in the end decide to go for a blind gamble, blind read to get more players towards B. But Smiths is like going for full-on aggression. Perhaps they wanted to do that with more players, but you know, the timing was off. So it seems like that was a bit of a missed smoke. The timing on the flash, like, he gets team flashed. He gets shot by his teammate. So this round is pretty much a disaster from G2, unfortunately. You know, it seems like they want to check B together, but Smith is further up than his teammates. But the thing is, he only has a CZ, so it's not that bad, because they still have 2 more players. Immortals wouldn't expect the third, but, you know, Scream gets team flashed in B. Then he gets shot by his teammate as well. RPK misses the smoke, so he dies for nothing pretty much there, you know. So a very unfortunate round, and here you're thinking, okay, Immortals have it. They made the comeback. They're gonna get 15 rounds. G2 is on an eco, but so Immortals, knowing that G2 can also force buy, it's gonna be a big force buy, but they can do it. You know, they're very methodical. They decide to take mid. They do get mid control initially. You can see how far back Henny is with the op, holding this angle towards B, still watching door. Lucas watching main and boost. This is where the problems come in. Why is Bolts doing this? Why is he there by himself? Sure, he has like Phelps who's like watching highway, but how much can he help him really? If he gets peeked, you know, if someone runs through the smoke as well, like they felt too safe because of one smoke, and people can run through a smoke. It's way better if he throws a molly, that way they're gonna take a lot of damage. So I think if you want to go that far up, why not get Lucas there, get Henny there, get, like, you know, have Steel just alone in a main or something, get more bodies there to make sure you do it properly. So he dies. Now Lucas is running to help. Phelps gets dinged. He's forced to hide in vents. Dies to shocks. I know that Lucas dies to shocks. Phelps actually gets the kill on Smiths being really low. So gets control of B. But this is where G2 has the bomb, has the gun on body, which he should probably drop to shocks. But they're actually going to like boost him up, and he gets behind main. So body with the AK. They throw the smoke so they can get the bomb. So he should probably give it to Scream, but you know, they don't want to risk moving around. So shocks, this is like so painful. This is so hard. I'm sure you guys know this as well. Like with a P250 walking behind a guy, you just feel like it's so hard to get a headshot for some reason. Again, generally when you want to shoot people in the back. So you can see how Shocks is hesitating. He wants to try and be 100% sure he gets the headshot. So I mean, he realizes after he doesn't get it and has to turn, he loses the fight, but still gets a second sick headshot. And then you have Phelps on that trying to flank, and this is just insane. So Scream gets the gun. Think he's gonna go B, actually doesn't. Goes A. Scream has no idea where Henny is. Bang. Get fucked. Get absolutely taken down. The thing is, this is not necessarily a bad play from Henny. I mean, Henny just planted the bomb in an open spot, and he has this long angle with the op. Like, he has the advantage there, you know. So he can try and hold that in the beginning. If Scream doesn't come there, then he's probably gonna come main, right? So Henny goes for the peek, and Scream has no idea where Henny is. Henny can be like anywhere in this area of the map, pretty much, because he just planted the bomb, and he has no idea like where to put his crosshair, and he's running as well. It's not like he's standing holding that 1 pixel and Henny picks into his crosshair. So that's just like insane. Yeah, let's watch it from Henny's POV as well. It was even worse than RPK's POV when Henny won the clutch, I feel like. So if only the demo player would cooperate. Thank you. No, where's my mouse? Okay. Oh, what do you do? What do you do after that? It's like you just see him strafing and you die. That's, I mean, that's insane from Scream. That's so insane. Like, that's actually incredible. Probably the biggest one tap he ever made yet. And imagine how important that is. I mean, they were on an actual eco, and because the rounds previously were kinda close, I mean, you see that Immortals had to rebuy every time, they actually decide to force back with having 2 players on pistols. Yeah, Henny has the op, but you know, and this is where G2 is feeling it. They feel that that round was so big, and that was such a huge move from Scream, and that's gonna, you know, shake Immortals up. So they decide to go for a ballsy play. Now they send 3 people towards B to go for that early aggression. But Balls spots it, so they don't get anything out of it. They decide to rotate. Let's see if, you know, Immortals don't decide to react like by doing anything hasty, you know. So after that, they switch back to, you know, having shocks close up mid. They're throwing the mid to B smoke. So this is like where they're faking basically a B split. But there's not that much pressure. And they lose like the player on mid to shock. Is this where Smith... Oh yeah, this is like a huge mistake. So this is where you see what happens. They throw the smokes, but they lose the guy on mid. Like this guy dies. And still everyone's rotating B. Why? Like, yes, there's a smoke here that denies vision, but there's only 1 flash and Molotov on bolts left, which he throws. And Smith is the only player on A. Why is he rotating? Well, like, why? There's no bomb. Like, they didn't hear anything besides this one guy. They don't see anyone on mid either. So this is like basically a blind guess from G2 that the 4 players are here. Or was someone messing up like the call? You know, if RPK is doing the good old, it's B guys, it's B, trust me, come B, you know, and everyone's like, oh, okay, I guess it's B, you know, if he's calling it. So you even force Smiths to move. I mean, if that wasn't the call, then it's just a huge mistake from, like, even these 2 players, and especially Smiths. Because he just starts running away with the USP, and you'll see, like, what's gonna happen, obviously. I mean, he just dies. Fortunately for them, he sees the bomb, so they can immediately start rotating back, and they have the molly on RPK, but still, this is like such a big blunder for them, that this is like something that should, you know, never happen. And this is basically, even though they're a man down, this is like completely winnable for Immortals. Because G2 has to check all these spots. This is where like body saves them in the end. So at this point, they know that both players are quad. And Body with like 14 HP against 70 from Steel just like makes a sick play. So now with losing 2 rounds like that, all the momentum is on G2's side. Like they win 2 sick clutches pretty much. And now, even though Immortals need only 2 rounds, now they have to eco pretty much. So they only have like 2 gun rounds pretty much to work with on the T side against the full bot CT side team. And with how it's been going for them beforehand, you really feel like this game at least goes to overtime. Yeah, he checked it, I think. It's also yeah, he checked it because he knows that he's there somewhere, probably because he was throwing stuff on B late, so he's probably gonna try and lurk somewhere. So yeah, this could have gotten dangerous, but RPK gets a bunch of good kills here. So right, the buy, not ideal, Phelps and Steel, not a lot of utility, but again they have the op on Henning. So usually I would say at times, if you can get a read on how the CTs play, you maybe try to like just fake mid by throwing this smoke, some flashes, and have like players coming out A main. The goal being, if you get a read that they go mid and they react to stuff being thrown on mid, and there's only 1 player left on A, if you start throwing stuff on mid, then you can just fake that by throwing stuff on mid, but not going mid. And then you just jump out, pop flash A, and trade with that 1 guy, get control of the side. But I don't think that's really something they can do here against G2, because G2 has been switching things a lot in this half, so no way they can get that read, you know, for sure. So G2 with more aggression, they send Shock Store with the op. You can see that they give him the op and they want to go for an aggressive play. And he does get the leg shot, and Body doesn't have the time to trade, so he realizes he has to fall back. He can't keep hunting for that one. So a big round for Immortals. I mean, a big pick for Immortals, right? And G2 isn't really in a position to, like, you know, go for an aggressive play and to trade. So they kind of have to bite the bullet, you know. They have Body being a bit aggressive with the op. He switches between guns, so he can like fire off with the op, then switch to the AK. Seems like they're willing to leave him alone. And this is extremely tough for G2. You know, as I said, not really in a position to go for some aggression or to get some information by flashing in, because RPK is in vents. It's like very, very tough spot for them. And Phelps gets yet another kill. So now it's like, I'm gonna rewatch what RPK did. He just had, yeah, he actually ran out of vents at a perfect time. That's probably a missed flash. Oh yeah, this is the 2. So this is like a 6. So they're like, oh no, this is not that round. Never mind. This is where Immortals were just too hesitant to run out after they lost the pressure from mid, pretty much, and because Body had an op. You know, but after he dies, that's where they just have to push together immediately, because there's not enough time. You can see what happens. They hesitate a little bit, the bomb planter dies, and Henny simply doesn't have enough time to do anything. So this is where they either go for the full gamble and buy like pistols and armor, or they like concede overtime and buy the next round. And that all happened because of this round. After they lost, here is where they had the op on Henny, but had 2 pistols as well. That was when G2 had 11 rounds. So if they eco there and only buy here, then they eco here. Or wait, yeah, so they bought, no, yeah, this is the round they lost. So they bought here and then ecoed here and then bought here. And now they have to eco. So if they ecoed in this round, obviously they can buy and have a stronger buy, then eco, and now they have a decent buy as well. So you will see, because the game actually goes into overtime. Imagine if they actually ecoed once more, they could have perhaps gotten to 16. So yeah, that was basically a 3v5 lost because RPK had great timing coming out of vents. So yeah, they go for the eco. I guess we can watch it because it's super close, so let's just see what happens. They have a molly and 2 flashes just to explode on A. So Steel's gonna molly forklift. Come on. This is taking way too long. I mean, yeah, Lucas only got 1 kill, but I feel like if you only watch his POV, I feel you will see that he was, you know, unfortunate a lot of the times. I remember, I think it was recently, maybe ECS or a tournament before that. It was like me, Fiflaron, and Jason, and we mentioned that 944 Robin's game, and he was like, I was getting so wrecked, like I couldn't do anything, and we found a YouTube video with only his deaths, and you could see that really in a majority of his deaths, he really like couldn't do anything. Like he just got 1 shot. I think Pasha killed him 4 times with a grenade. So in that Mirage game at least. So sometimes, you know, it doesn't happen all that often that you're like super unlucky, but you know, sometimes you're just getting wrecked the whole game. So yeah, obviously the final round, Immortals need to win this to stay alive. They go with the passive default, yet again, expecting some aggression for G2, but G2 is actually playing super passive themselves. And they do a good job of like, they realize time has passed, we have no idea what's happening on mid, let's check A main, get some map control, and now you can have Shocks like watch mid if you want, but he's actually gonna... Yeah, he's doing this so he can bait for Body, because if he fires a shot, even if he doesn't die, Body is in a good position to kill more people, but it seems that they are moving around now. Oh, they actually want him on. Oh, he made a noise. Is he still gonna peek? No. So they're boosting up, going for delayed mid control. I don't think that smoke is ideal, but alright. So Shocks gets the kill on Henny, but now he's in a like tough spot. He has to like peek. So he dies to Steel. Phelps with another good flank from mid. And again, this is like a 3v3 for Immortals. Phelps goes for a ballsy peek, gets the kill, super important. He's gonna die now, low HP. And good position from like Immortals. You do feel that Bolts feels like he has to move to either forklift or main to establish a crossfire with Steel. He could try and hide with him or stay inside, but that's way more risky, because as the CTs are pushing, if there's no contact from forklift or main, they are going to know that both players are inside somewhere, either both quad or one side, one quad. So that makes it much tougher. They can pre-fire you and all stuff like that. But Smith gets a bit unlucky. You'll see as the way he gets flashed, you feel like the flash isn't intended to flash him at all. So yeah, Bolts manages to get into this position, which is also like alright. It's not something you really expect if you're Smiths and lurking around forklift. So you can see like the flash falls, you know, it was supposed to go towards side / CT, but it just caught Smiths as he's peeking like the position where Bolts is. So very unfortunate timing. And RPK actually thought he won the duel against Bolts and moves his crosshair, but he actually didn't get the kill, and Bolts just continues spraying and gets the kill. So yeah, they managed to grind out that round. You perhaps feel that why does G2 move Body from here, you know? Why not just leave Shocks to bait for him, or leave him alone, have Shocks watch mid, something like that, right? I think that would have been the better call than to move them around. In the end, it was still like a 3v3, but yeah. So Immortals do manage to win that all-important round in overtime. Like, this game was so intense, man. One of the most intense games I've seen in a long time. I don't have. Why don't I have a subscription button? I don't know. Is Flaren still here? Ask him. It was supposed to be sorted by now. I'm sure it's gonna be here any day now. I guess it's some paperwork being done. So yeah, first round of overtime. G2 going towards mid. They want to boost up. Then they decide against it. They're just going to play close up. And this is where like they don't check Scream. I think where the player boosted like doesn't see him initially. They have Bolts watching out for B by himself. Steel is inside A main. Anti-flash position. So yeah, just waiting for a little bit of aggression. Waiting for the CTs perhaps to spend more utility. You know, waiting for these smokes to pass. They molly off Vance. Is Bolts holding? It seems like he was holding that. So they know no one is Vance right now. And Phelps walks out. This is insane. Like, I need to watch this from his POV. Sorry. Because that's a big deal. Because initially, Scream isn't watching that. So he can't get a free kill there. Can you post the link? Let me see if I can. How do I do this? Do I have to? I don't know. How do I? Can you allow him to let him put the link if you can do it? That as a moderator, I have no idea how to do it. For me, it says deleted when people post the link, I think. But yeah. Permit and username. Let's try that. Poppy FM. I don't have the MooBot. Maybe it's because of that. Maybe / Poppy FM. Nope. Just tweet it at me. Oh, okay. I'll check that after the map. Special boost, just offer it to all of Meister. So yeah, but Phelps. Yeah. I mean, why not check it, right? Why not when you're on the edge? Why not look down? And they actually go like immediately for the boost. That's super good because they don't know RPK is there. And you don't expect that to happen. So that's a sick call on the fly. I do feel like it's perhaps, you know, RPK making that call. Like, let me boost you, they're not going to expect it. Maybe it was Scream either, but yeah, just good play. They do lose body on the site, but they get so many kills that you feel like they really, like, can't. Immortals can't hold this. And they won't, I mean. So yeah, good usage of throwing pop flashes. You get the first kill, you flush out the second player, easy round. So yeah, sometimes imagine if Phelps gets that kill, then they know RPK is there. Even if RPK kills Phelps, like, I think they can trade with him and the round goes a whole different way. So always, guys, if there's not a specific reason not to check it. If there's not someone like drawing your attention to them, just check it. Every angle, no matter how silly it is. No reason not to do it. Why jump before you look down, you know, on the pole? I mean, I don't want to bash on Phelps. I mean, obviously it's a very, very intense game, high pressure, so mistakes happen. Yeah. Oh yeah, this was another mistake from Immortals. This is where they actually missed the smoke. They missed the second smoke here. So Shox managed to get the kill on the player running towards vents and gets perfect timing to jump here, and he doesn't over peek. If you look at, he picks here and just looks at this angle and gets the perfect pick. And Smith gets a good flank, even though he was flashed, but he manages to survive long enough for the flash to clear. And then he does another good call, like goes all the way back because obviously he expects him to be main. And RPK just waits for that and Bolt challenges because he feels pressure too, and RPK hits the shot. So first 2 gun rounds in overtime, small mistakes, like even if that smoke is there, Shox can't make the rotation as fast. So even if he kills the guy as he's like at vents, he still doesn't get here in time to kill the guy in fork. So, you know, small things, guys, small things. Okay, so last gun round. Because of the plants, they still have the AKs. Henny has to go with a Galil, but we've seen him with a Galil, right? So G2, another standard setup. They do throw the smoke, but, you know, a tricky one. Smith doesn't hit the shot, unfortunately. Goes for a re-peek aggressively, why not? Bolt's already spent his Molotov, so he has the advantage there. As long as he knows that he's on the left side, so he can't, like, peek him from an off angle. So Immortals spread out yet again. Double op on Shox as well. He's actually not done almost anything with this op so far. Mostly dying when he had it. So it seems like Immortals are setting up for that A play. Just, you know, the simple throw the smoke, pop flash, and try to get the trades. So they actually smoked off door. They flash body in. Doesn't get a kill. Does a lot of damage. Yeah, but this is where Scream gets the spray. And Shox yet again does nothing with the op. Dies to Henny with a Galil. It is a 2v2, but both players are very low. And RPK sneaks towards the site. So yeah, weird flash, caught RPK a little bit, but I mean they had the health advantage, so yeah. So a perfect half from G2, and I mean imagine the pressure on Immortals right now. They were up 11-4, they were up 14-10. And then they lose to Pistols. So it's overtime, and now they lose all the rounds in overtime as well. So yeah, G2 wants to bring the heat on, going for a fast mid push. They get shut down, RPK peeks the door to trade, and this was the most important kill. When RPK peeks wide and Bolts gets the kill with 8 HP. If Bolts doesn't get that kill, he has a site, Scream can go back, they have a 2v2 with the bomb down. And that's definitely a winnable round for G2. They actually have the advantage at that point. So, huge kill, huge spray down from Bolts. Whoop. My mic fell. Okay. Whoop, let's slow it down. Oh yeah, this is what I was talking about in the first half. So G2 wanted to go for a B execute. They have Scream throwing the molly, and Phelps was boosted up. So once he sees that, that's when he decides to peek, because he knows exactly where the player is. He's most likely going like in this direction, so he can just like have his crosshair already ready actually for that player to peek him pretty much. And the rest of the team feels pressured because of that. Because Phelps did that, he got a lot of info. They think that he maybe jumped down as well. So they feel they can't go B. There's going to be an over-rotate, and they feel like they have to start going back pretty much. I mean, they have time to do it, but it's always tough to make that call, you know. He does decide to go B in the end, and they decide to wait a little bit and go for the fake. So they shut down the Molotov with the smoke. The problem is Phelps is here, doesn't see anyone, they know it's a fake. And actually they decide to back out, to back to B. And sure, Phelps dies, but he gets the info that it has to be B. And again, it's Henny like from this position, just wreaking havoc. You know, very, 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 very difficult to get rid of the op from that position. So yeah, you can see how important it was, the kill that Phelps got. That was probably the most important kill. It forced G2 to be indecisive, to second guess themselves. So they were like, let's throw them, but then let's go back. But wait, we can't, we don't know where they are, so let's go B. So Phelps pushes, dies, but that allows everyone to rotate, and still like Henny's just so strong from that spot. So G2 takes their last timeout, and you can see that Shox doesn't have that much money, but no one can drop him an AK, so he has to like pick up a pistol pretty much. So I guess he's gonna trade with Smiths. I mean, that would be the smart thing to do. You can see how they drop, the guys that still have money drop Tech 9s for the rest of the players. But actually no, Shox stays on the Tech 9, which is not the end of the world if they put him in a role where he doesn't need to do much, where he's just supposed to fake with grenades, it's fine. Then have Smiths with a rifle. So in this round they actually slow it down, they spread around in the default. They don't go for anything crazy straight off the bat. Bolt's in the boost spot where Lucas got the 4K from in the first half, while Lucas is actually on B. Yeah, I'll show Body's POV in the end. So yeah, again, they do the Molotov, they boost up Scream. They don't have anyone on B, only Shox like in Squeaky. So this is like them going for delayed mid control, pretty much. And they get it. But still, this was like the good position I was talking about. Henny here, very powerful to hold mid. Phelps can help wherever, and Bolt is in another strong position. So Phelps probably should just watch Squeaky at this point. So they're even throwing flashes. The B players are not moving because they don't know if it's their B. Oh, they actually throw this smoke. That's super cool. This is the smoke I was talking about. So Henny can't hold the angle anymore. And the problem is, if he moves here to hold main, they can smoke this off as well, and then his effect is completely negated. He can stay in sight, but if they have 4 players main or 3, they can molly this off. So it's very tricky for him now. This changes his play a lot. So he still decides to stay in sight. Phelps, also they feel the pressure, so Phelps moves in, gets the kill, gets traded. Bolts gets a kill. Henny is burning because of the Molotovs. They get the kill on Bolts. And this is the perfect example of how this smoke really makes it more difficult, and how this enables like the 3-pronged attack to be effective. Like you have to focus on so many different angles that there's no way of you getting multi-kills like Lucas could get the first time around. So let's watch Body. So now a 2v2, a very tough situation for Immortals, especially because they don't have Molotovs or smokes. They only have flashes. Oh god. That was like so painful. And then for some reason Steel is just running around, maybe thinking like Body would go main, but it's like, I don't know. Let's watch it from Lucas's perspective as well. You feel like if he gets that kill, they win the round simply because Lucas would have full HP if he doesn't miss the spray. And 2 players with a lot of HP, and they know that RPK is inside probably quad. So RPK has to take a risk, he has to go for a peek, and if they just hold for a little bit to wait for him to make that play, they probably win that duel as well and go to second overtime. But yeah, let's do it one more time from Lucas's perspective, then we'll do it like slow motion from bodies. You can see Lucas finishes like first half with 16 kills, top fragging for the team, and then finishes the game with just getting 1 kill from that point on. In what, 15 plus 6, 21 rounds. I mean, that was such a sick shot from body. Like, the second bullet body fires kills him, right? You feel like if Lucas had an extra second, you know, extra bullet of 2 from body, he could like get that kill, even with like, it was a little whiff, you know, it wasn't, I don't know. He had to get that kill, man. He just had to. But it is a fitting way for this game to end. I mean, it's been such an insane and close game that, like, you know, you feel it has to end in a crazy round, right? Let's do it like 25%, boys. I mean, you can see how his crosshair is moving like all over the place. It was just such a reaction, like so quick, and the way he can like in the end do it properly, that's like insane. I think that question is like, I mean, meaningless in itself. Everyone who qualified obviously deserved because they won their games, you know. Let's do it one more time from body's perspective in like normal time. Because it looks too weird when it's slow motion. It looks like it goes up and down and down. No, that's not realistic. Just insane. Do I think Dead Fox will join another team after the major? I don't know. He could, but he doesn't have to either. So yeah, that was like pretty insane. And you can also see like body, yeah, 24 kills. I mean, it was a team effort all the way, but he had this kill and that 1v2 basically when they were at that retake. At 14-11, I think that was the score. So 2 very, very impactful rounds, you know. Even Smiths, who is bottom fragging, still had a lot of kills. The second pistol round, 3 one-taps, good aggression towards B as a team, pretty much. So it really was like a team effort from G2 this time around. So... yep, we can go on to some like questions and stuff. Let me play some shitty wub wub music. Is there anything I can use besides Monster Cat for this stuff? I really hate like dubstep. There are maybe 1 or 2 good songs, wait. Or the ones that are played the most. Is this the one? Do we want the remix, guys, or do we want like the real hero? So it's like this, so you have something to look at. Okay, this is where we need to turn slow mode on. Dead Fox, good player, skilled. I think he matured in Hellraisers. Before, he was like good mechanical player, but made a lot of ballsy plays, mistakes perhaps, and so on. Underrated players that should make top 20. I don't think so. I think everyone who be in the list will deserve to be there. Yeah, the VOD will be muted. So if I'm doing like a Q&A, can't really, you know, no point in doing it for the VOD. The wallpaper is just a random one I downloaded from a site. Here's the link. Top 3 Balkan teams. I don't think there are 3 Balkan teams. Best one is iNation, of course. Dignitas picking up unbanned. I don't know if they're getting unbanned. I mean, if those guys get unbanned, then they're definitely like hot property. I mean, Days would instantly become probably the best in-game leader in NA. Even though like Stanislaw is pretty good as well. And Stuik has been doing okay for C9. City side online in CSGO. I mean, online games can be a bit weirder because, you know, teams are playing more loose. They're making more like, you know, ballsy plays, risky plays. So, you know, depends. Maybe you want to be more conservative, right? Because there's a bigger chance of players like just wanting to run through smokes and stuff. Radio Proton. I don't know if it's like copyright. I think that's the problem. That's what I meant. I know good music, man. NAP players. I think it was very hard for them to motivate themselves. I don't think they were down mentally until it was like 8 or 10-1. You know, the problem is they've just been like in such a terrible situation economically. They lost so many eco. I mean, they had to eco so many times that it was very difficult for them to actually win gun rounds, you know. And in gun rounds, they were actually unfortunate in some of them. I mean, not to take anything away from Vega, they just played super solid. But, you know, I analyzed that game. That was the first game I did, so you can watch the VOD and you can see like what I thought about it. Do you think Zeus can beat his former teammates? I think it's gonna be difficult, but he can. Depends how good Gambit can get and how much Navi will improve, because Navi has been real shaky. I think mostly with their map pool. They were only good on like what? Train and Mirage. Or like Overpass and Train. Do I think C9 needs a new player and or a coach? Not necessarily. Maybe not yet. Perhaps a coach, like someone who can give like a second opinion, you know, a different point of view. I think that can be helpful for them. C9 recently. I think they've had too many tournaments, too little time to practice, and a bit unlucky. I mean, when they were losing, it's been mostly close games. Yeah, the Dignitas thing. Okay, I'll talk about it again. I touched on it initially. I think it's more a matter of... I think it's not a matter of Dignitas just deciding to cut ties with the team altogether. It's either the players getting a better offer from somewhere else, or it's the fact that Dignitas will like rebrand somehow, right? Because of the 76ers thing, obviously they want to have a North American team. It would be easier to market them and all. But I feel it's just a bad business decision to just cut ties with a top 5 team in the world. I feel like you want to keep them under the company, right? Own them still. But, you know, just make up a new name for them, a new brand, and call them, I don't know, the meme squad or whatever. You get what I mean? I think from a business standpoint, it just doesn't make any sense to completely get rid of that team. Pretty much. What was another good song? Was it this one? I know it's some air chord stuff. Let's say it's this one. So yeah, that's what I think about Dignitas. Or perhaps they want to make another player-owned org because that's what Danes do. Energy new squad. Let's see it. Okay, let's move it here. Okay, so PTR, Fugly, Breeze, Dabs, Marquee. I haven't watched Marquee at all or Breeze. Dabs seems to, you know, be like an okay guy to be the in-game leader of the team. And then you have Peter and Fugly, which is like Peter, he had those like statements where like I can be or I am the best topper in NA. I don't think he's proven it. You know, I feel like in games where Energy, like even with their old team and they were like playing Pro League finals and stuff like that, a game where he really needs to step up and be that high impact player for the team, I don't think he really like got to that level. I don't think he sucked or anything. Or unfortunately, the few times where he had a game like that, his team was struggling. So I mean, you can't really carry by yourself against the best teams in the world. So I think he still has a bit to prove. Fugly, I think he was like a good role player previously. Maybe like if he gets more room in this team, he can excel because he had like from time to time really good games for himself. So we'll see. It's hard like for them. It's hard to see them become like an instant contender in NA, but maybe after some time. Similar to as you look, like Optic formed their team like Conquest this time last year, and it took them a long time and a couple of roster changes to really get to where they are now. How many majors in 2017? Probably 3 because the first one is in January. Renegades, I feel that they have like, you know, psychological issues. You know, they get down on themselves when they start losing. They don't have the mental fortitude, it feels like, and they sometimes like make bad calls on their T sides. Feels like they sometimes make unnecessary risks, too gambly. New Inferno looks good. I'd like it to replace Cobble because Cobble is it's very like T-sided in terms of there's nothing the CTs can do in terms of aggression. Okay, let me just tweet this out. Done with the games. For Q&A now at what do you think about the other CS teams in the major like Flipside and Gambit? I don't know, Flipside does look like one of the weakest teams, but that's based on what we saw from them recently. You know, they might show up at the major, especially Flipside with Blade who does like insane amounts of preparation and anti-strategy as well. So I feel like you can never count them out when it comes to the majors because they've proven time and time again to be, you know, a tough nut to crack. Gambit, I liked what I saw from them at DreamHack. I think because they had a lot of time to practice, I think they can be a contender. Depending on the matchups, I think they might even get a few upsets, you know, maybe even make the playoff spot. Issues with C9, more time to practice. Next person to get coined analyst in CSGO. Yeah, it can be Sponge. I mean, he's in Australia, so it's hard, you know, it's tough for people to bring him to an event. Obviously, the costs are a lot higher. But if he comes to Europe again for Pro League, for example, and then like goes from Europe to events, sure, why not? I think VegaSquadron are someone to look out for. I I'm not sure. You feel like with those teams, the problem is like someone's gonna pick up Mir, like Flipside or Gambit, or something like that, and you know then they have to rebuild, and usually they just get picked apart by stronger teams. Music.twitch.tv. I can't really check this now. I'll check it for the next stream. Swedish Dream Team. I don't know. You can make so many good teams with them. Depends on preference. VP contract extension. I think it's fine. Like in terms of, you know, they get a lot of security. You know, that means like Neo and Taz are gonna play probably for 4 more years, which is really cool. And sure, you think that, I think they probably made a good deal in terms of, yeah, they would probably get paid more if they renegotiate 2 years from now. But I'm sure they like took that into account when negotiating. I'm sure they're well off after this contract, and it's good to have security, you know. And VP is a good stable org. Can SK reach semis? I think they can. Why not? Sub Rosa cheating. I don't know. I mean, he's played a lot of LAN tournaments and nothing's happened, so I guess it's just false. Thoughts on Mixwell as an op? I think the biggest problem is that he like doesn't like opping as much, but he's very good with it. So I feel like if he liked opping, and you know, he could definitely be one of the strongest oppers out there. I have no idea about. I don't think there are trading rules. Let's find that. Let me try and find Raga's statement. Casper. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Let's move it here so you guys can see it as well. Maybe do this. Okay. As we announced earlier, we're not resigning with Team Dignitas when our contracts expired for 1st of December. We're offered a very competitive deal, but after negotiating for weeks, we mutually agreed that it was time to part ways. Instead, we decided to commit our future elsewhere in esports. We'd like to thank Team Dignitas for our time in the black and yellow jersey. We all got the memories for life, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. Okay, so it does seem that they actually got a better offer, which is fine. I mean, that way, it looks like they gave Dignitas a chance, but Dignitas, like, you know, decided that it's better for them to get an NA team. So I'm not sure I agree with that, but who knows? Maybe they asked for too much, or, you know, maybe they just wanted to play for a different org. I don't know. Can't really know that from the outside. What's the seeding for the major? Yeah, because it's Swiss in the groups, the top 8 teams, the legends play the challengers obviously in the first round randomly. I guess it's random. I don't think they're gonna do 1 from 16. I think it's just like top 8 against bottom 8 randomly. Totally new lineup, become a dominant team. Why not? Because after the major, I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of roster changes. TSM lineup. I think it's good on paper. You just need, I think Shazam needs to be a bit more consistent as the main opper of the team, right? I feel he is still in that position where he makes like flashy plays, good plays from time to time, but then like misses some easier shots. So it's will there be more analysis? Not on this stream, but I'll do another stream, maybe not tomorrow, because tomorrow is the weird thing called Slava in Serbia, so I'll be busy for most of the day. But if not tomorrow, then Wednesday with some of the other games from the final day of the qualifier. Do you think now we should add cash? Yes, I think like I mean, on the outside, they're an amazing cash team, right? On paper, when you look at it. But if the players just don't want to play it, you can't really force them to. So hopefully at some point they change their mind and play cash instead of a different map. I don't think there are any rules on roster changes. Fnatic, I think it depends on, like, I think Dennis has to be the in-game leader, and if he can do a good job at it, then they can be very dangerous. They have like so much firepower in Fnatic, it's insane. I have no idea who has a good chance of winning the major. Because I don't think like the form in which teams are now is going to be like close to what we'll see at the major. Will the scene eventually stabilize? I mean, you think so, because it's always like a cycle, right? It's like a dominance, then it's like close. But it's hard seeing one team being dominant. There's so many good teams at the moment. So many teams playing good Counter-Strike that, you know... Thoughts on the French teams? I think both teams looked really shaky. And we got a bit lucky with their matchups after they were 0-2 down. And they got to play Dust 2 every time. G2 looked a bit better than them. And they did manage to grind it out in the end, you know. So I think in the end they both obviously deserved to qualify. I was expecting one of them to not qualify. Get right, possibly going to C9. I don't know. I don't know. It was a different C9 team back then, so... Do you think Liquid and Cloud9 will merge? Maybe if like Liquid bombs out of the major, then we see some roster changes between the two teams. Depends on C9 if they want to change stuff or not. Do you think Optic are a legit top 3 team long term? I think they can be. I want to see them play best of 3s against like VP, you know, Navi, teams like that. Dignitas without a stand-in, you know. But I think they would definitely be a strong contender. They're just playing solid CS. I don't see a reason for Rush or Nav to drop again. Mouse lineup. I think the core is very good with like Lowell, Nico, and Chris. I think Speedy does a good job as well in his role. You do feel like they could get an upgrade for Dennis though, you know. It's like in some situations you feel like he could perform better, and it has been a long time that he's had a chance to improve, you know. So, you know, you get a Tabson over Dennis, I think that's an upgrade. Why not? I think he can play Dennis's role. I think they, in some point, need like a proper in-game leader, you know? Someone who can, a leader, not just an in-game leader, but a leader for the team. Someone who can rally the troops, you know, after they make a mistake or something. Because look at Nico's interview, he says it himself. Like, they're known to, when they like struggle or whatever, there's no one, when they start losing, they all just start making like mistake after the mistake. And that's a problem, you know. You need to be able to bounce back after making up 1 or 2 mistakes. The game's not over yet. Do you think the Swiss system will go some way in fixing? I don't know. I think Swiss system is okay. It fixes the seeding a little bit, but the problem is it's a lot of best of ones again, you know. I feel like being able to make the playoffs with just playing best of ones is something that shouldn't happen, especially at the major, not even the major qualifiers anymore. I feel like we need to have best of 3s, you know. But then you'll probably need to have 2 streams, so people will need to miss games, and you will need to pick which stream to watch, which games to watch. So everything has its pros and cons at this point. How do you deal with playing with Optic by day and casting by night? I mean, it's a tough job. I do a lot of cocaine, so that helps. Fox in SK, I think he'll be an okay fit. I think he can be a good team player for them. They have a lot of like stars to make impact already. I do think like FNX was better, obviously, but I don't think it's as bad as people might think. Which team is the new LGB? I have no idea. I don't even know. I didn't even know they were making a team. SK get a win after... SK will win a major after getting players from Immortals. They can't get players from Immortals because they played in the minor system, so they can only get them after the major. Yeah, Lucky Tiger, I think that's fair. I mean, it's actually going to be easier to anti-strat in the Swiss system because, you know, you have fewer maps you need to prepare for against teams. Especially against teams who already have established map pools, right? Teams who have already 5 or 6 maps, you know that they're going to play those maps and you know like the order in which they like playing them. It's more difficult for teams like, I don't know, perhaps Mouse, who still doesn't have a clear map pool. You know, you don't know what they're going to prepare for the major. Your favorite team to watch at big events? Right now, it's probably Astralis and Optic, because they're playing like such, you know, good CS. I just like good CS. I don't care who's playing it. You know, early in the year it was SK, Navi for a while as well, NIP with their anti-ecos. Did C9 miss out on Breeze? I don't really know that guy. I don't think I've watched him play ever, so can't really give an opinion on that. Kobig, next caps, yeah. Yeah, that can be a team, why not? It has talent. It's all German team. Next can shine in that team if he wants to. Oh, wait. Come on, give me a song I know. All these songs. Pegboard nerds. Are they good? Do you think EG will make any moves? That's interesting. I mean, maybe at some point, maybe after the major, they like, you know, join the shuffle and say, okay, you guys make the team and we'll sponsor you. Ako sam 250 eura matori zaradio. Ono. Opet. Astralis 2017 thoughts can definitely be a very strong team. They regained their confidence back. So yeah. Do you guys not hear any music? Should we turn it up a little bit? Seems like a bit weird to just have me talking with no music in the background. What do you use to analyze the game? I just watched games like from the demo. No CS. How come there's no good CS:GO team in Balkan countries? Not that many good players, and even if the players that are good, some have like lack of, you know, being like properly dedicated to the game. So it's hard like to make a team of players who are good and dedicated enough to, you know, improve and practice and everything. I mean, that's why I quit playing eventually. I think the Asia region can compete in EU, WSG, probably because it's going to be a lot of weird teams, you know. So, and they're going to play in China. So that's like home turf. Why are Navi so inconsistent? Just don't have like a deep enough map pool. All of the maps they have to play, they're not comfortable on them. So obviously that like they have weaker performance. I need to like sit back a little bit. This is very uncomfortable. What will I do to fix CLG? Wow. Change players? I don't know. They've looked better at the qualifier than they have prior to it. I have to say that, you know. I expected them to be worse than they actually were. This music is giving me cancer, boys. What's the... DreamHack uses a decent one. Oh, it's this one. It's this one? Yeah, this is the doo-doop, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doop. What is Oscar's future? Probably not in mouse. Do you think mouse can fix at some point? Probably. The question is whether they can do it in time for the major. LGB Facebook page. Let's check it out. Big announcement is coming soon. The announcement of announcements. Maybe it's another LGB female team. Who knows? Thoughts on VegaSquadron? I mean, they're shown to be a good team, that they've done a lot of preparation, like a lot of set executes. Mir is a very good player, but you feel like he's gonna get picked up by either, you know, Gambit or Flipside or someone, and then they're gonna struggle. Yeah, I don't think it's impossible for NIP to change players, but I don't think it's gonna happen, you know, just because they didn't qualify, you know. What about Nexa? He seems to have improved since when he played with the Nation last time. So yeah, he seems to be like really good at the moment for what I've been talking to Kassad and the other guys. How the fuck do I know why Portugal hasn't got a big CSC? But you did have some good players, like except Fox, like Mutirius, RMN. I remember those guys when they played in Kick. They were decent. I mean, how does an amateur leader collect stats from team games? I don't think like if you're at that level that stats matter that much. Just focus like on, you know, your own demos of the team and games and rewatch that. I don't think like stats can help you all that much. Qualifier MVP. Probably Shocks. I mean, there's a number of them because there's not like one winner. Like everyone who qualified was the winner. So like Shocks, Nico. I don't know. Do you agree with Thorin that a good French team needs existence? Not necessarily. They need some of the things that Existence has, like in terms of the way he leads teams. But you know, if they can implement that without bringing him, then it's fine. If they just realize that themselves, and it seems like G2 more than Envy is like realizing that. If Liquid bombs out of the majors, will they make a move for Oscar? I think they'll probably try to switch things up in NA with some of the other teams, rather than bringing EU talent. Thoughts on Rogue? I don't know, they like change players all the time, so it feels like how can they even do anything? What else is here? Rare fuel playlist. Oh, I just played the same song, brilliant. Oh, it's the same playlist. I have no idea if like they don't hold the core, but that never happens. Why would anyone change the core if they have the major spot? I guess there's one extra spot at the qualifier. Scream speaks French. Do you think there's a player who has peaked higher than Kenny as Shocks? I guess. I don't know, it's gonna be tough for Envy like to make legends. I feel like I think like they have like problems in the team. You know, they barely qualified and they beat Spirit, Tyloo and Vega, you know, and Dust 2 every time. So I don't know. If they can like somehow get their shit together, then sure, they have, I mean, Kenny, Apex, Happy, MBK, all like sick players. It just seems that they have like deeper problems within the team. Where do you see yourself in 10 years? Hopefully alive. Lowell, I think he played very well at the qualifier. He played very well in general at the major. In mouse sports. So I think he makes a great like addition to the team. You know, you build a team around him, Nico and Chris J, you can make a very good team. I mean, there's... is there a player that rubs you the wrong way? I mean, in terms of playstyle, the players I dislike, personally, is like oppers who tend to be flashy and like aggressive or whatever, but also tend to like miss the easy shots, right? Shocks and Kenny will ever play together. I don't think it's impossible. I mean, they have contracts. The orgs can't hold them after the contracts. Anyway. Best map for Optic? Probably Overpass. Do you think Valde will join Extignitas if they don't make top 8? I mean, it's not impossible. The problem is if, like, who are you gonna bring him instead of, like, what, Rubino? But, you know, then you have, like, 3 players who want a lot of space, Config, Magix, and Valde. I don't think that can work. So you would have to bring him either instead of Config or Magic, and why would you change those 2 players? When will the next operation happen? As February the 3rd. Boxers, I guess. Fallen was a Kenny. Oh, it's tough. No idea. Why do you think pros change resolutions? I think it's just like, you know, making a change so you know, stay motivated, right? You think like you change resolution, now you're like, oh, this is better. You know, it gets a bit dull playing on the same settings all the time. I think it's fine changing resolution, but you shouldn't change your sensitivity, I feel like. NIP. I think they got. I think the problem was the Hellraisers game. I think they had to win that one, or their overpass games in general. I mean, they had tough opponents. They had Optic. They had Hellraisers who proven to be very good, especially on overpass. And I mean, Vega just played out of their mind, and NIP was a bit unfortunate, unlucky in that game. I did went through it in detail in this stream, so you can watch the VOD. Yeah, 1v2, it does seem like you should probably watch the VOD. I did that game. I think it was just like, it wasn't as bad as it looked initially, but Pitt missed his shots, so. Shox didn't give up the op, he's just taking the op when they want to make an aggressive move, so I think that's fine. He still mainly rifles. Do you think he can be a main good he can be a good in-game leader? I don't think so. I think he's very good at when he needs to worry about himself and like putting himself in a good spot and winning the round from a lurk or from a clutch position. But when he has to think about everyone, I feel like he gets overwhelmed and, you know, doesn't play as well and doesn't in-game lead all that well either. No, if he gets sick, they can bring us sub. I don't know. I don't think GetRight choked. I don't think GetRight is a player who falls under pressure. If anything, he excels, but I think he just had a bad game, him and his team, and, you know, it's unfortunately the worst possible time to have a bad game. I don't think Valde needs to move from Heroic. They have good structure there. I mean, at least not yet. Give time to that team to see if they can like contend or be a contender, or if not, then he can move on to greener pastures. Yeah, that's true. The sub would gain the legend spot, but I think that system is a bit flawed as well. Best team on Mirage. That's difficult. I feel like there are a lot of good teams, but no one is like super dominant. Like VP is good on it, Dignitas, Immortals have been good on it lately. SK, before they were good on it, but recently they sucked. Overtime with Epicenter. Was it like 16k MR3? I think that's a bit too much. I think 10k is enough. So you still have to, you know, watch it a little bit. Then on the other hand, if it's overtime, why not give them all the money? So the problem is like, I think you would have a lot of games where it's like multiple overtimes because some maps are so hard to attack when the cities have all the utility. I have no idea how the French shuffle can look like because, you know, there's a lot of like personality clashes. Certain players don't want to play with other players, so that limits the amount of shuffling they can make. Thanks, James. Is there a map that the team could master? You could master any map. Why not? You just feel like maps like Overpass, Cobble, Train, Nuke, right, which are a bit harder to play, a bit more team-based, that those are like easier maps to master because there's, you know, being a master of Dust 2, the map is very simple in its structure, so there's, you know, what can you do to really be a master on it, right? Team with deepest map pool. It's not as clear-cut now, probably VP at the moment, VP and Dignitas. Best French lineup. I don't know, probably Kenny, Apex, Shox, RPK and MBK. Or maybe you switch RPK with like Keo or Happy. Yeah, I think MSL's in-game leader like outweighs his fragging enough. I mean, he's good at holding B solo and stuff like that. You know, he has so many like good players on his team who are taking space that he doesn't like. He isn't supposed to have big numbers. Usually, when he has big numbers, that's where things aren't going right. Dignitas playstyle, I think it's one of the better ones. I think it's very solid. Sometimes it's a bit gambly, you know. They do tend to, from time to time, go for a blind play, like blind execute based on a read. And if that read is wrong, then they can get in trouble. But, you know, that read is not completely blind. It's based on what happened in previous rounds. So, yeah. I think it's a good playstyle, one of the better ones out there. I don't think they will be as pressured, right? Because their problem was like semis, or they were like performing way worse with Kerrigan in general. So it's like now they're confident, they see that they can win tournaments, they can beat the best teams in the world. I mean, their run at T-League was amazing. So I don't think they will... maybe if they get to the semis again, maybe that's where the pressure gets to them. But I don't think so. I think they're over that now. Who should in-game lead for Envy? I don't know. I mean, it seems like Happy is the only one doing it. I don't know if anyone else can do it. Maybe MBK? I'm not sure. EU Adren. Yeah, pretty solid player. In general. Yeah, a guy who's like, you know, doesn't make stupid decisions, seems to be like good at rifling, good at pistols, good at clutching, a good all-around player. And he like carried Gambit to the legend spot at the last major, so had very good performances. Long travel flights, the Bose QC25, not the wireless one, the previous version. They helped me a lot. It's almost like you're in your own room, man, when you turn on the sound cancelling. Nips loss. I did go over it in today's stream, so you can check the VOD if you really want to know. They just got outplayed and were a bit unlucky. Most complete player, probably guys like, you know, Simple, Device, Cole, Nico, who can like basically do anything. Yeah, I want to say that after the major, unless like Dosha improves a lot, Gambit gets Mir instead of Dosha, and I think then Gambit can be like a playoff team, you know, and possibly make deep runs. Bit rough on Dosha, but I mean, I don't know. No, like Dennis, twin game lead, so Nico can get more kills. I don't think that's the issue. I don't think like you can't just force anyone to do it. And like entry fragger being the in-game leader, not really viable. I mean, it does feel bad for Hoosh to get kicked. You know, he did a lot of work for that team. And everything, but you know, how can you pass up on Zeus? You know, it's just an upgrade. You know, you can't say that Hooch is a better choice than Zeus. Simply. Hey, that cow. I don't know, like C9 roster change or coach addition. I think a coach addition would probably happen before the roster change, but perhaps they don't feel they need either. Now we will bring Zeus back. I don't think they can at this point. He's doing alright in Gambit. One change to the game. Probably increase the moving inaccuracy for pistols and make them armor penetration a bit lower. Or kill reward to the op, 300. Oh no, add quickscope to the op. I don't think you should like switch to YNkCSGO roles. Top 5 players of 2016. If you don't look at team results, just individual performance, it would be coldzera, Simple, Nico, Device. coldzera, Simple, Nico, Device, that's 4, and 5th. 5th is a hard one. Maybe Fallen, maybe Flamey, maybe Snacks? I'm not sure. Maybe Snacks. Or maybe even someone like Config or Magic, why not? I mean, I don't see how Dignitas, I don't see how LGB could offer better terms. Oh yeah, Shocks as well. Forgot about Shocks. Definitely, probably Shocks, yeah, probably Shocks. Good call, guys. Yeah, I don't see how LGB can offer better terms to the Danish guys than Dignitas, you know. Maybe it's EG. Oh yeah, Liege had a good tournament, I mean a good run as well. But the problem is it was like for the first half of the year. Second half of the year, not as much. Mo, I think he does a good job for Gambit. You know, seems like a solid guy for them. Can make openings, but can also be really solid at like playing a safe or whatever. Alright, I think that's about it for today, boys. I answered most of the stuff, did most of the games as well. I'll have to see if I can stream tomorrow, probably not. I have things to do, and then I have to get wrecked at a Slava. Google Slava. It's the most ridiculous thing the Serbians have. Just another excuse to get wasted, pretty much. So yeah, probably Wednesday at some point I'll be back. Perhaps I'll have to do an earlier stream, but yeah. Hopefully we get the sub button by then. Looking at you, Twitch. So yeah, oh actually it was a pretty long stream. It was like 5 hours, so yeah. It's your Slava today. Srećna slava svima koji slave Svetog Nikolu. Oh yeah, disable the slow mode so I don't forget it. Yeah, so that's it, boys. Thanks for watching. What will be up on Twitch? It's gonna take me a couple of hours to upload it on YouTube. And yeah, felt it was like a good stream. If you have any suggestions for the stream, like tweet it at me or throw a comment at the YouTube VOD or something. I check that stuff, so it's been a good one.